Welcome back to the live show. Today is the 21st of January 2025. Yes, y'all. 21st day into the new year. And one day one of the president, the 47th president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Okay? President Donald J. Trump's day one is here. And already he's done a lot of stuff. A lot has been done. And it just feels good to see that leadership is back in the White House, and also accountability and straight up good vibes is back. Okay. Good energy is back, accountability is back, responsibility is back, duties and obligation is back into the White House, and this is what it is. And this is why everybody, 77 million Americans, voted for the OG and is back in full effect. He's already signed executive orders. Okay. Executive orders has already been signed. The withdrawal from WHO is already here. Okay. And also, J6ers are going to be released. A lot is going on, ladies and gentlemen. A lot. TikTok already has 75 days extension. So greatness is back. America is back, ladies and gentlemen. Last night was also a very remarkable night. This man was up doing stuff from morning till past midnight. Okay, probably like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. This man was still awake doing stuff. How? At 78 years old. This is my prayers, okay? My prayers is when I grow older, when I'm like his age, I want to have the same strength that he has. How can you be 78 years old and have this amount of strength? How? I need my coffee. Yes, I need to be smooth, okay? So, like, how can you have this much excitement? How? At 78 years old, too much energy. You got to respect this man. You have to respect this man's enthusiasm and his optimistic mindset. It is unquenchable. The fire he has is absolutely unquenchable. And the respect is just out of this world. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and enjoy the show. Just greatness, man. That's all I could tell you.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. We have a lot of Space Force here, by the way. A lot of Space Force. We're very proud of Space Force. But there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight than with some of the greatest American patriots of all, the men and women of the United States military. Thank you very much. This is quite a gathering, huh? It's a celebration because we're going to turn our country around. We're going to make America great again. I've had no higher privilege in life than to serve as your commander-in-chief, not once, but twice. And you're incredible, and the people of our country respect you, and they love you so much. You don't see it, you don't hear about it too much, but they love you just so much you wouldn't even believe it. So thank you very much. They're honored to have you. We're joined this evening by the service members from every branch of the U.S. Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Marines, and Space Force. And I salute you all. Let me also thank our incredible military spouses, what you have to put up with. They put up with a lot. And family members here tonight. We have so many and so many brilliant families. And you do more than anyone else to support our nation's heroes. And on behalf of every American, I want to thank you very much. We have some people with us tonight. You know, we have the head of the Republican Party, and we won. And then she said, all right, Dad, I think that's enough for me now. Let's win and let's go to something else. She wants to get back to her beautiful babies, but she's married to a guy known as my son, Eric Trump. And Laura was essentially chairman along with Michael Whatley of the Republican Party, and they were tough. They weren't going to stand for any nonsense, and they did a fantastic job. And we won every single swing state. We won we won the popularity. We were the most popular candidate in a long time. And I have to tell you, with the military, we really won. We really won. I want to thank...
You guys have to remember that this was like 1 a.m. Okay? This right here was like 1 a.m. The inauguration started like 10 a.m. 10 a.m. A 78 years old man has been up since probably like 8 a.m. or maybe 7 a.m. So from 8 till 1 a.m., 2 a.m., he's still functioning with so much energy. It is just beyond comprehension. I cannot understand what this man is on. I don't know the kind of medications he's on. I don't know the kind of health God gave him and blessed him with. But one thing is for sure, this man's energy is beyond comprehension. I don't know what type of food he eats, or I don't get it, the vitamins he's on, but he's absolutely on fire. Okay. His energy is unquenchable. All right. It's just out of this world. I don't get it. I went to sleep. I woke up. I took a nap, real fast nap. And I woke up. I checked my phone. This man was still doing stuff. I'm like, I was born in 1995. I'm turning 30 this year. Like, I'm a child compared to this guy. And he was still going. Yeah. They don't make them like this no more. I tell you that much.
Obviously, a tremendous supporter of yours. And if I ever got out of line, she'd get me right back in line when it comes to you. Melania, First Lady, she's been fantastic.
She'd get me right back in line.
And our Vice President, you know him well. He's all about you. He's a big believer in our military. J.D. Vance and Usha. And I have other family members here. Don's in there somewhere, and Ivanka's there. Where is Ivanka? There's so many people. But we have a lot of family members. Tiffany is here. Barron was with us today. He's a tall one, I will tell you. And he's doing a good job. But today we celebrate the enduring strength and resilience of our glorious republic. And so it's highly appropriate that we also honor the men and women who keep us safe. And that's what you are. Your bravery inspires us, your service unites us, and your sacrifice and spirit protect us all. We made a little speech today. I think you probably saw it. Who did see it or hear it? Did anybody? Well, I think we said a lot, and we said more than anything else that we love you, we respect you so much, and we have a big commitment to each and every one of you. Starting today, America will be stronger and greater than it's ever been before. That's happening fast. That was a big win. That was a tremendous win. We all worked hard for it. And a big part of the reason that I won was because of my relationship with you. So we appreciate it. Under the leadership of our next Secretary of Defense, who I just saw, Pete Hegseth, who's fantastic. Where is Pete? I saw him backstage. I don't know. There's so many people. How do you find anybody in this crowd? This is a big crowd. But if Pete's around, if Pete can hear this, come on up here, Pete. But we will again build the most powerful military the world has ever seen. We're going to have it. You know, we did that 4 years ago, and then it was a little bit dissipated. But we're going to do it again, but much bigger, much stronger than ever before. We're also doing the Iron Dome, all made in America. We're going to have a nice Iron Dome. You're going to protect us with the use of the Iron Dome. Instead of worrying about political agendas, you don't have to worry about that at all. There's only one focus: defeating America's enemies. We're not going to be defeated. We're not going to be humiliated. We're only going to win, win, win. We're going to win, win, win. And we really do have some just incredible people working with us. So I've been looking around for generals like George Patton, Douglas MacArthur, Ulysses S. Grant. His stock has gone way up in the last 20 years, wouldn't you say, JT? They used to say bad things about him. Now all of a sudden he's very well respected, but we all fight to win, and we're going to win, and we're going to win like never before. In many ways, the economy is going to be strong. We're not going to let all of our nations, our friendly and unfriendly nations, push us around from any standpoint, including the economy, because we have something that they don't have. We have a power that they don't have. Liquid gold under our feet, the likes of which no other nation has. Yet, as I said in my inaugural address, we will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. It's called peace through strength. We won't have to fight the war.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? We don't have to fight the wars. If we can do it without fighting, as long as we have total victory, we do it without fighting. Through our power and might, we will lead the world to peace. Our friends will respect us. Our enemies will fear us. And the whole world will admire the unrivaled greatness of the United States military. And I will tell you, we made big strides. We totally rebuilt the United States military, 2017, 2019, 2018. We rebuilt the entire U.S. military, and now we're going to do it again. A lot of it's been dissipated by people that don't know what the hell they're doing. But we're going to do it again. And this is going to be the dawn of the golden age of America. This is the golden age of America. And tonight, I'm filled with optimism for what lies ahead over the next 4 years. We will replenish the pride of our armed forces, end the recruitment crisis. And by the way, the recruitment numbers are through the roof in the last 2 months. I wonder why. Why? I don't know. Why the hell are they through? You know, you're having a little problem with recruitment. That's not good. And now the numbers are higher than they've just about ever. You know why? They love what they see for the future of our country. And they didn't love what they were seeing for the last 4 years. It was ridiculous. It's a big thing, actually. There's big stories. The recruiting has gone really through the roof, and that's good. I want to thank every service member here tonight and across the globe to know that you're at the heart of America's greatness. It's an exceptional honor to join you again in serving this magnificent nation that we all love, and that we're going to make greater, better, bigger, stronger. We're going to make it something that even you will be surprised. You'll see that, and it's going to be led by our great military, the strength of our military. We're going to make our military so strong that we don't have to use it. Wouldn't that be good? We don't have to use it. They'll look at us and they'll say, there's no way we're going after that one. So I want to just say to you, God bless you. God bless our armed forces. God bless our men and women serving overseas. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Nobody can deny the fact that you cannot deny the fact that this guy right here is just God sent. Okay. This is the people's president. The people adore him. He embodies strength. No matter what you say, no matter who you are, you can tell that this guy right here is a strong personality. Okay. I just told you he is a 78 years old man. He's going to be 79 this year. The oldest president to ever walk into the White House. Oldest person to become a United States president. And really, he's becoming the most active president, maybe in history. Nobody has ever signed this amount of executive orders on the first day. On the first day of the job. It is just mind blowing.
I just want to say we're so grateful to all of you, so grateful for making sure that we made this election too big to rig, because that's exactly what we did, and we did it together. And of course, I want to thank my dear friend that I think the best president that this country has had, a man who has put everything on the line for the United States of America and gets an opportunity to serve this great country once again, President Donald J. Trump. So do we want to hear from the 45th and 47th President of the United States? Take it away, sir.
Take it away, sir. Yeah, you better take it away.
Thank you, JD. This is a hell of a day we're having, right? It began very early, and then we decided, we made a good decision, by the way, doing it in the rotunda as opposed to in about 4 degrees with the wind chill factor. That would not have been pretty. And if I made did you ever speak in really cold weather? You can't. They would say, the fake news over there, they'd say, he's cognitively impaired. There's something wrong with that. So we didn't want to give him the chance to do that, did we? We had a great time. We had 72-degree temperature in the rotunda. We had the people that we needed, and we had the people that we need tonight, because you guys are unbelievable. We love you all. And we said a lot of things today. I think we got tremendous reviews on the speech. And, I wanted to put in some really rough stuff, and all of my people, including JD, they said, let's not put that paragraph in. Oh, I love that paragraph. There was a paragraph on Biden shouldn't be pardoning his family. And we had a couple of others that were far worse than that. But they said, the speech is so nice and it's so unifying. I said, all right, we won't do it. I'll do it about 2 hours later. So we've been doing it all night long. But, we're going to turn this country around and fast. We have assets like nobody else. Number one, we have our people. That's our greatest asset, the people of our country.
Thanks.
And I have a great family. I really do. I just look around. My son Eric has been so incredible, married to a woman who became the head of the Republican Party. I wonder how the hell did that happen? And she really, her and Michael Watley from North Carolina did a great job. And then you have, where is my Ivanka? Have you ever heard of Ivanka? And Jared? And we have, Tiffany's here someplace. There's Tiffany with child, I have to say.
Something you got to understand about this man is you could say anything about him. You could say he's not the kind of person you want around your family or whatever. He's not a great leader. He's a bad businessman. He is a corrupt, whatever you say, because people have stuff to say about everybody, okay? But one thing you can never say is his kids don't love him. That's something you can never say. You can never say his kids don't love him, because every one of his kids have turned out good. They've all turned out to be good people. So how can you be a bad person, a corrupt person, a bad, intuition person, and then you have good kids, you have great people around you. How is that even possible? That is because he is actually a good person. Like, there's no way to explain it. The only way to say it is, oh, shoot, he's actually a great person. That's why his kids turned out great. His kids turned out great because he happened to be a good person. Take a look at his energy at 78 years old. Okay. Most people cannot even do this in their 50s. In their 50s, they're on medications already, like, about to leave this world. Look at this man at 78 years old. That's good energy, good vibes, great personality, and just God's blessings. That's all I can say. God's blessings. Man, if you don't look at this man as or like an inspiration, I don't know what else would inspire you. If you're an American and then you don't find this guy right here inspiring, you don't find his accomplishment inspiring, you don't find what he's done inspiring, I don't know what would ever inspire you. I just don't know.
And Michael, thank you very much. And what? Look at that group back there. That's Kai, our great golfer. She's a great golfer, that one. And Don and Chloe. Chloe, I don't know, Ivanka, she might be as good as this one. You have to see her athletic ability. You wouldn't believe it. You look at her, she looks so innocent. She's a killer. Chloe's a killer. And we have a great vice president, I want to tell you, and a fantastic, and he's got a fantastic wife and helper, and she's done just incredible things for the party and for him. And I want to thank you. Great job. Great job. J.D. Vance, great job. So we're going to keep it going. We're going to have it turned around quickly. This big ship, we got to turn it a little bit slower than I'd like, but we're going to turn it around. We have things that nobody else has. You know, we also have something that it's not politically correct to say, but it's becoming very politically correct. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation in the world. And if you don't mind, we're going to use it, right? And we just left the Commander-in-Chief Ball, which is like a similar size, everyone, and we're going to another one in a little while. We needed 3 because we have such support. There's a longing for competence in this country. There's a longing for common.
When I read comment like, oh, he cheated on all his wives. Okay, so what? What does cheating on your wife really mean, though? Are you married with these people? You're not married. Every marriage has their own situation, okay? If you've ever been married, you know, okay? You are not a saint, all right? And if you've ever gotten a divorce, things sometimes don't work out. Okay, so don't be there saying, "Oh, he cheated on his wife. Oh, that means he's a bad person." So because your marriage did not work out, that means you are inherently a bad person? No, I don't think so. Okay, sometimes marriages don't work out. Okay, it is what it is. So because he's married to uh, a different person now than the other 2 ladies he was married to before, does that make him a bad person? I don't think so.
In this country. And I was saying before, we're the party of common sense. You know, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. We don't want to have transgender operations for everyone. And we just want to have a great country. We want education.
And everybody's talking about, well, you know, he's had multiple wives. This man right here has been married to Melania since the year 2005. So he's been married to this woman for 20 years. For 20 years, y'all. Do you know what it takes to be married to another human being for 20 years? And y'all want to talk about, yo, he's not fake. He's been married to Melania for 20 years. I bet you haven't done that. It's like 2% that I've actually done that.
We want houses that don't cost a fortune. We want low interest rates. We want low taxes. We want a strong, powerful military. We're going to have that. We did it once. We did it in 2017. We rebuilt our entire military. It was given away, a lot of it. Can you believe it? Given away, so foolishly given away. But we'll have it back again very, very soon. And we'll be making some announcements. You're going to be so thrilled. But we love you all. We're going to be, I'd like to say we are a great nation. We will soon be the greatest we've ever been, and that won't take long. So I want to thank you all for being here tonight. Special people, and we'll see you soon. Just watch what happens. It's going to be big progress. Thank you, everybody.
I just saw a comment in the chat. Somebody said it's a sham marriage for 20 years, so you could be pretending for 20 years. Like, who pretends for 20 years? You could pretend for 6 months. Matter of fact, you could pretend for a year, for a whole full year. Who pretends for 20 years? Come on, man. And then you have a son out of that pretend marriage? I don't think so. Okay, I just don't think so. Everybody, you know the saying, if nobody's talking about you, you're not doing it. You're not doing it big. And this is how I know Trump is just the definition of the American dream. Everybody has something to say about Trump. You could never meet anybody that would say, you know what, I really don't think anything about Trump. It's either you love him and you love him like hard, or you don't like him at all and you have so many BS to say about him. But everybody has an opinion about Trump. That is the definition of success.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Legend. I don't care what nobody said. He's a great man and is a legend. All right. Illegal immigration is over. And in case you didn't know, the CBP app is now gone. Okay. It has been officially shut down in the US. The CBP One app that Joe Biden administration with Kamala had for illegal immigration has been shut down. It has been shut down in the United States. He said it was going to do it. And that's something you have to admire about Trump, y'all. He's the person that says, I will, and actually does it. If he says he will, he actually does it. Okay? Do you know what it means to actually sign executive orders in front of your supporters? Do your work. You know what it means? He said he was going to shut it down, and he did it on day one. Yeah, ultimate respect. I don't care what nobody say. Oh, I am on my way to being successful. Okay? I'm not successful yet. I'm just like, some people are like gonna say, you know what, I'm a successful person. Please sit your head down. Okay, sit your head down. There's levels to this thing called life. Okay, you can be happy. Happiness is whatever you determine. Some people say my children are my happiness, or my source of happiness. Some people say just knowing that I am one with my God makes me happy. All right. Okay. Some people say, you know what? I paid off my home. That makes me happy. Some people say I joined the military and that makes me happy. So everybody has their definition of happiness. Same thing with success. Everybody has their definition of success. So whatever you think success is, it is what it is for you. But one thing is for sure, there is a universal language. Okay? There is a universal language. All right. And it ain't you.
Por el momento no van a recibir citas ahorita las hoy hasta nueva orden, no dijeron nada más, hasta nueva orden.
It says migrant at U.S.-Mexico border have asylum appointment canceled when Trump takes office. Yeah, it's over, man. It's over, yo. Andrea, Andrea in the building. You know what time it is. Thank you for tuning into the live show. Dana, I see you as well. God bless you guys. Everybody's claiming asylum, y'all. Border is closed. Yeah, it is closed. It's over. The border is now closed. So, no more coming into the United States illegally. And of course, Marco Rubio has been confirmed. He is now active. Okay. The Secretary of State is now active. All right. I think he gave a speech today. Let's check it out.
One of the primary goals of American foreign policies is the promotion of peace. Of course, peace through strength, peace and always without abandoning our values. But I think it's extremely
So somebody said in the chat, somebody said, wait. Who took down his comment? Who let you into the country? Homeland Security. Yeah. Because I flew in. Okay, I came through the airport, and Homeland Security checked me, and they said, "You know what, Genesis, Mr. Genesis, you're good to go. Welcome to the United States." I bet it. You never heard that one because your name is Halal. Halal. You're straight up by the border right now. Unfortunately, the CBP app ain't working no more. Okay, I flew in, and Homeland Security said, "Mr. Genesis, welcome to the United States."
extraordinary that it's something that needs to be said and hasn't been said enough in recent memory. And we look forward to being a key part of helping the president achieve his agenda that he has a clear mandate to keep. If I may take the liberty for just 15 seconds to say something in Spanish, because I know a lot of people back home would be very proud, and I want to make sure I acknowledge that. Quiero darle las gracias a Dios, a mi familia que no está aquí con nosotros hoy, a mis padres que vinieron en este país en el año 1956, y el propósito de su vida fue que nosotros pudiéramos vivir los sueños que no fueron posibles para ellos. Es un honor increíble ser el secretario de Estado del país más poderoso y más bueno en la historia de toda la humanidad. Y es un gran honor y le doy las gracias al presidente Trump por esta oportunidad. I just said I saved a bunch of money by switching to Geico. That's what I said. So.
He said, "Put your money by switching the guy."
And I want to end.
Oh, that's a free ad for Geico right there. Free ad for Geico, yo. According to the news, it was a unanimous decision for Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. I knew it was going to be like the first ones to get confirmed because he's very skillful with his communication and he's also part of them.
Mr. Secretary, welcome to the department. Distinguished Mrs. Rubio. Yes. Yeah. Want to give a special greeting to Mrs. Rubio. Yes. To your family, to your children, distinguished guests, members of Congress, on behalf of the nearly 80,000 strong officers who are serving in the Department of State, a warm welcome. Mr. Secretary, your career exemplifies a life of public service, advocating for core American interests all over the globe. In these challenging times, we need principled, strong leadership. And that is why we are so happy to have you with your experience, your dedication, and your energy to lead us. Thank you. Your team, who are obviously very happy to see you, have proudly supported so many of your trips abroad, where you've advanced security in the Middle East, helped us to sustain our counterterrorism fight, and inspired so many with your walk across the Simón Bolívar Bridge. Mr. Secretary, the men and women of this department are ready to get to work, advancing the agenda of President Trump and of yourself. And with that, I will welcome you to the Department of State. Colleagues, the 72nd Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a blessing and an honor to be with all of you today. And I want to introduce you to my family. I want you to meet them. We've been able to manage them for the last 20-some years and counting. And so I said this earlier today when the Vice President swore me in. My most important job, I believe the most important job any of us will ever have, is the job we do at home. And I don't mean that both here at home domestically in our politics, but in our lives. And I'm very proud of my wife, my 4 children, and their support. My wife, Jeanette, who her parents immigrated here from Colombia. Anybody here from Colombia? Anybody cover Colombia? Right. And then my oldest daughter, Amanda. Say hello, Amanda. And then came Daniela. And now Anthony. And our youngest, Dominic. So these three are in school, meaning, college and even jobs. We're still working. He's doing good. He's a junior in high school. And obviously my family beyond that is here who made this possible. Jeanette's mom, Maria, is here. And my sisters, Barbara and Veronica, are here. And a lot of friends that came from Miami who joined us here today. And I'm grateful. And thank you. I also want to recognize my former colleagues from the congressional branch who also happen to be appropriators and authorizers. And so I thought it was important. 3 people I've known for a long time, and by coincidence, Florida is very well represented in the authorization and appropriations in the House. Mario Diaz-Balart, who I've known as a personal friend. We served together in the Florida legislature. In fact, sat next to each other on the floor. Who would have thought, Mario, back in the day? And now here we are, and 2 Cuban Americans. If we had a third, they'd call it a conspiracy, but there's only 2, so we're in shape. Congresswoman Lois Frankel, we also served in the legislature together. Again, I know this. I know it looks suspicious. She just happens to be from Florida as well, and she happened to be on that committee. And then, of course, my colleague, Brian Mast, who thank you for being here as well. I have asked them as a personal favor to be nice to each of you who we send over to testify and appear before their committees. So, and then to be nice to us when they write those appropriations bills and pass those laws. But we are great. I'm really grateful you would join us because our partnership will be critically important. I want to thank President Trump for nominating me. This is an extraordinary honor and a privilege to serve in this role, to be here, frankly, to oversee the greatest, the most effective, the most talented, the most experienced diplomatic corps in the history of the world resides in this building. And it's important to remember that obviously they serve our national interest and our foreign policy. They also serve Americans. And as a member of the Senate, we often would get calls for a brief period of time, panicked calls about passports. As you remember that era, when everyone forgot their passport expired and their cruise was on Saturday and it's Friday, 5 p.m. So we were, why are you guys chuckling? Is that, you know it's true, it happened. And then, of course, but we also serve Americans that sometimes find them.
One thing is for sure, this guy has great sense of humor. He's going to go very far in politics for sure. He's been doing this since, 2011? He's going to go very, very far. Very far. I mean, to think that this guy ran against Donald Trump in 2015, 2016. He was running to be the Republican Party nominee for president. And, Trump got it. But to think that this guy was going head to head with the OG, the legend, the 45th, now the 47th. That's how he has, strong political prowess. You just gotta understand this guy is very much liked, and he's gonna go far.
Themselves overseas and lost their passport, or even worse, something terrible or tragic happened, and their families are impacted by it. And so it's important. It's an important task, and one that I know is critical to our mission. Beyond that, this is the face of the United States. In fact, if you think about it, for many people on this planet, their only interaction with America, most will never travel here, their only interaction with America in many cases, whether they be leaders or everyday people, will be the men and women who serve us abroad and do so with tremendous integrity and dedication. They are literally the face of our country, whether it's through the aid we've provided or through the services. I also want to say hello. Is this being live streamed somewhere? Are people watching this in all of our missions?
Yes,
Good. I want to
yes.
thank them. I know they can't be with us here today, and depending on where they are in the world, it's probably not as cold as it's been, at least for a Floridian. So I also think the brilliance of this organization shows by hosting these events indoors, which it's already showing, and we're grateful for that as well. But I want to tell you that I want to thank you, all those who are serving overseas and abroad, some in places that are strong and stable and others that are more tenuous and dangerous. And I want to do something also special. I want to also thank the locally employed staff, the nationals of those countries who work with us. Without their help, without their support, it would be impossible for us to conduct our mission. And in many ways, years later, I've literally run into people in the United States that are either conducting business or visiting as tourists or what have you, and they will tell me they were locally employed they're local employees of our missions abroad, and as a result, their love for our country is never ending. I am new to this department. Today is my first day on the job, literally, but I am not a stranger to it. I've interacted with many of you, both in my travels abroad and in our daily functions. My job now is different, and our job in some ways will be different. In our republic, the voters decide the course of our nation, both domestically and abroad, and they have elected Donald J. Trump as our president when it comes to foreign policy on a very clear mission. And that mission is to ensure that our foreign policy is centered on one thing, and that is the advancement of our national interest. which they have clearly defined through his campaign as anything that makes us stronger or safer or more prosperous. And that will be our mission. That will be our job across the world, is to ensure that we have a foreign policy that advances the national interest of the United States. I expect every nation on earth to advance their national interests. And in those instances, and I hope there will be many, in which our national interest and theirs align, we look forward to working with them. This is in many ways, and again it was referenced by President Trump yesterday in his speech, that he designs, that his overriding goal for global policy is the promotion of peace, the avoidance.
This is the types of comments that I like to talk about. Okay. So this person says, well, are you even American? You should stay out of American politics. Okay. Say I wasn't born in the United States, because I was not born in the United States. Okay. But I'm an American. But let me talk to the people that were actually born in the United States. You're not even taking part in politics. You're not being knowledgeable about what is going on around you. You don't want to be a part of it. And then you see people who came in here legally, who love the United States, who want to be a part of the United States, who work their butt off every day to be a part of the United States, who learned the Constitution, who took tests, exams to become a United States citizen. And you know what they ask us during the tests and exams? History about the United States. And then we pass in flying colors or with flying colors, and we become a United States citizen. And then they want to say, well, you wasn't born in the United States, so what are you shouldn't be a part of it. Okay, you were born in the United States. Be a part of it. But you're not. But you're not. So what do you expect? You are letting everybody know that you don't even love your beautiful, gorgeous, amazing, God-blessing country. You don't even love the United States like that. So let us that love the United States enjoy the United States, okay? I love the United States. I believe the United States is the greatest nation in the world, and that's it, okay? My daughter was born here. My beautiful, gorgeous, mad, amazing daughter was born here, okay? And I am privileged to be here in the United States. Blessed to be here. I am grateful to the people of the United States and to the United States for giving me the opportunity to become a United States citizen. You are American. You were born here. What are you doing for America? Okay. What are you doing? And I might be joining the National Guard, okay, or the reserves, okay. So, yeah, because I promised myself, this has always been in my mind, okay. I've been here for 8, 9 years now, probably going on 8 years. I became a United States citizen like 3 years ago or 4 years ago. But like, it took me 5 years to become a United States citizen. But it's like, I'm thinking to myself, I said, if Trump wins, which I knew he was going to win, okay? I said, if Trump wins, I might be joining the reserves or the National Guard, okay? So, if you love the United States, you go out to join the reserves or the National Guard.
Of conflict, and no agency will be more critical in that regard than this one. In fact, it's its founding principle and purpose, and that's what we endeavor to do, to promote peace around the world, because that's in our national interest. Without peace, it is hard to be a strong nation, a prosperous nation, and one that is better off. But there will also be challenges. We recognize that there will be those times, unfortunately, as humans interact with one another because of our nature. But there will be conflict. We will seek to prevent them and avoid them, but never at the expense of our national security, never at the expense of our national interest, and never at the expense of our core values as a nation and as a people. We are, at the end of the day, a nation founded on a powerful principle. And that powerful principle is that all men are created equal, because our rights come from God, our Creator, not from our laws, right, not from our governments. And we hope the entire world can one day live under that, and we will always, always be strong defenders of that principle, never at the expense of our national interest, never at the expense of pragmatic foreign policy, never at the expense of the reality that oftentimes in foreign policy our choices are not between a bad option and a good option. Sometimes in foreign relations our options are two bad ones, and we're just trying to figure out which one of them is least bad. And that's unfortunate, but it is true. And that's a tough job. It's our job, and we'll seek to do it right and well. That is the core mission of this agency, and it will be the core mission while Donald Trump is president, and we will be effective on his behalf. I also want this agency to be and I don't mean not that it's irrelevant now, but I want it to be where it belongs. I want the Department of State to be at the center of how America engages the world. Not just how we execute on it, but on how we formulate it. Some of the brightest minds in foreign policy reside within this building and within this government. And we need to ensure that we have an environment here that's conducive to creativity, to boldness, to new ideas, to recognizing the dynamic world in which we live, one that is changing faster than it has ever changed before. And we need to be ahead of it. When the time comes for the principals to gather, or even deputies, I want the Department of State to have the best ideas and the best options available for the President. And then I want us to be able to execute them better than any agency in our government. That will also be a task of mine. I have watched from the congressional side from time to time administrations in both parties, in which sometimes the Department of State has been sort of relegated to a secondary role because some other agency can move faster or seems to be bolder or more creative. It's not your fault, but we're going to change that. We want to be at the centerpiece. We want to be at the core of how we formulate foreign policy, because we're going to have the best ideas of any agency, and because we're going to execute it better and faster and more effectively than any other agency in our government. And I know we have the right team to do it. There's no other agency in the world, there's no other agency in our government that I'd rather lead, because of the talent that's collected here in this room and those watching around the world. That will be our mission, and I hope we'll be able to do it together. There will be changes, but the changes are not meant to be destructive. They're not meant to be punitive. They're not out of... The changes will be because we need to be a 21st century agency that can move, by a cliche that's used by many, at the speed of relevance. But we need to move faster than we ever have, because the world is changing faster than we ever have. And we have to have a view that some say it's called look around the corner, but we really need to be thinking about where are we going to be in 5, 7, 10, or 15 years. Some of the issues that confront humanity today have no precedent. They have no historic precedent. Some of the challenges we face have no historic precedent. We can compare it to another era, to another time, but they're not the same. Things are moving faster than ever. Think about how much the world has changed in the last 5 years. Imagine how much it will change over the next 25 years. And my sincerest hope and my prayer is that we will, as a nation, be able to leave the future generations with a country and a planet safer and better than the one that was left for us. And you will be a big part of achieving that goal. It is an honor to be able to lead this agency. I hope to do it with distinction.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely, Marco. Told you this guy was skillful with his communication. You cannot overestimate or underestimate the talent he has when it comes to communicating. All right. And somebody just put it in the comment and said, we need to show our homeland some love and uphold our constitution. It's not just a piece of paper. Actually, you are absolutely right. It's not just a piece of paper. Okay. Um, when I see people here that were blessed to be born here and they don't want to be a part of the conversation, they don't want to know who is running for, congressman or who is their senator in their state. And it's like, why wouldn't you want to know? Don't you want to know what's going on in your society, in the community? You don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be that kind of person, okay? If I was given the opportunity to be a part of the United States that I think and I believe in my heart is the greatest nation in the world, I want to be a part of it, like from the head to the toe. Like I want to know what's going on in the executive branch, judiciary, legislation. Like I want to know. I want to know what's going on. I don't want to be left behind when it comes to political conversation. I want to be a part of it because that's where every law starts. Okay, that's where you figure out what's going on and the things that will be going on in your society. Because sometimes we think, oh well, the president has nothing to do with me and my family. Yes, they do. Oh, man, the governor don't have anything to do with me and my income. They do, because if they sign a law that increases your taxes, they've just come into your home to affect your income. Okay, most people say, well, I don't want to be a part of it. You have to be a part of it. You have to be a part of it. So vote, be a part of it, have conversations about it. Now it's not about like pointing fingers and saying, well, you are right, you're wrong. No, it's about conversing and understanding what is going on. Okay. Okay, there are two genders, male and female, trust the science. Okay, of course. Where can I find a nice and good conservative girl? Lol. All right, so we now know there are two genders, male and female. Okay, male and female. Male and female.
And with integrity, working harder than anyone ever has at this role, and that will not be easy because some pretty hard-working people have come before me, but I know that we are up to the task. And I'm glad that I'm in the job on day one. I was sworn in at about 9:15. I didn't mess up the oath. And we're ready to go to work, and I know you are as well. Thank you. God bless all of you. God bless our country. Thank you.
Shout out to Marco Rubio one more time, man. Two genders, male and female.
I just want to give a great big shout out to President Trump for signing an executive order stating that it is the official position of the federal government of the United States that there are only two genders, male and female. I've had this sign outside of my office since February of 2021. I have really stood in the fight during all 4 years of the Biden administration when Democrats and the Biden administration did everything they could to destroy God's creation, which is only two genders. So I'm very proud today to tell you that my sign still stands outside here of my office in Rayburn 2201. And I am standing up for everyone, Christians, God-fearing people all over the world, and especially here in America, as we take a strong position that we will never allow God's creation to be destroyed. This is also for women and girls all across the country. No biological males belong in any of our special and private spaces, especially women's sports, locker rooms, bathrooms, dorms. We're going to protect women's rights, we're going to protect little girls, and we're going to always stand firm with God that his creation is only two genders, male and female, in his image.
How is this not common sense? Just tell me how this two gender isn't common sense, male and female. How is that not like common sense? It's this new generation, like we from, the younger generation. When you talk to older people and you say they're like 70 genders, they're looking at you like, what are you talking about? Because this new generation, we're so brainwashed that if you don't actually open your eyes, study, and just have common sense, you would be swamped. You will be swamped to this crazy ideologies that is going around like a virus, man. I can't even understand what people are thinking when they're saying there's more than two genders. There's more. And it's okay for a man to play in women's sports. How? Just how? How did we even get there? Brainwashing.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices. And that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again. And we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have: the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth.
President Trump declaring a national emergency on energy and the move designed to increase production of fossil fuels. Mike Summers is the president of the American Petroleum Institute. A few things happening here. One is what's the practical effect of this? Because you had the Biden team on their way out saying, what's everyone complaining about? We've never been producing more oil than we are today.
Dana, American energy was on the ballot and American energy won. And President Trump just yesterday delivered on his promise to return us to energy dominance. These executive orders are exactly what the doctor ordered. We need more energy in this country to supply the needs of the American people, which are only growing. As we see new data centers being built out, we have to win the war on artificial intelligence. We're going to need more and more energy in this country. So what President Trump did yesterday is exactly what America needs right now.
Okay, but what is the practical effect of that? And how do you respond to the Biden people who are like, why is everyone saying that we weren't drilling, because they claim that they were?
Well, what the Biden administration did was everywhere they could restrict energy development, they did. On federal lands and in federal waters, just a week ago, they took off 625 million acres offline for American energy development. Fortunately, President Trump just yesterday reversed that order. They tried to restrict development on our waters and in our lands. And what we're going to be able to do now is deliver on that promise of American energy dominance, thanks to these executive orders that were implemented yesterday.
I know that the industry looks for certainty. Here's a little bit more from President Trump last night in the Oval Office.
The biggest thing and factor for inflation is energy. They screwed up my energy policy, and then they went back to it. You know, they heard it really badly, and then they went back to it, and they started drilling more. But by that time, it was too late. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy.
That's true, of course, for the federal coffers. Do you?
Promises made, promises kept. Okay, he made these promises and is keeping it. He made this promises and he's keeping it. This is why people voted for him. This is why I voted for him, okay? He's a man of his words, okay? And is one of the only people that can do exactly what he's spoken about, because he has nothing else to gain from all of this. He's a 78 years old man. He's already a billionaire, okay? A very successful human being. He's been successful for decades, okay? He's been doing this for years. He's been a business mogul for years. This man was like, he built the Trump Tower in his 30s. Do you know what that means? Like at 33, he had a picture of Trump Tower. He held it at 33 years old. So this ain't new to him. Like when he said it in the White House yesterday, in the Oval Office, he said, you know, this billionaire's closing up to him right now does not guarantee anything, because he doesn't want anything from them. And it's true. He doesn't want any of this, whatever, like donations, or what do you think he needs? He has assets, like assets worth billions of dollars. This is like, what does he need? He has everything he wants. His kids are already successful. Okay. Businesses are doing great. He's been former president. Now he is president again the second time. So it's like, what does he have to gain? What does he have to gain? He's just doing this because he has to make America great again. Basically, easy, simple. All right. Because, you know, like when you grow older, I mean, obviously I'm not 78 years old, but when you start growing older, get into like 60s, 70s, 80s, what you're thinking of is giving back. Like common sense would be, you know what? I need to give back to my society, to my country. And he's been saying he wants to run, or if he's going to do it at all, he think he's going to win. And if things got really bad, he was going to run for the United States president. And he did, and he won. And now he's back again. And you know what people say? Daddy is back. All right. Adults are back in the White House. So common sense is here. Common sense is back. It is what it is. Okay. Sometimes you just got to understand that it's not all ulterior motive. Okay. People are saying, well, he's just going to enrich himself and his family. For what? He already has all of these assets. He already has billions of dollars. He already has a beautiful family, a beautiful wife, cars, homes, golf courses. What else? Like, what else can you buy with money? Like, can somebody just tell me what else you can buy with money? He's bought everything. He has a plane. He has a plane. He doesn't have a jet. He has a plane. Like, plane. Most rich people have jets. He has an aeroplane. So it's like, what can you buy with money? All right. Once you've had money to an extent, it's like, what else? And when he made that statement in the Oval Office yesterday, when he said, you know what, this billionaire is cozying up to me, it's like, they're not going to get anything from me because what are they going to get from me? I don't need money. He doesn't need money.
You see some relief for consumers when it comes to new energy.
Somebody just says power. Are you dense? Oh my goodness. What else is more powerful than being the United States president? Than being the president of the United States of America? He is already the most powerful human being in the world. Already. So what else can you give him? He's already the most powerful human being. Like,
policies in the form of bringing down inflation and the cost of things like energy, of course, but also food.
Energy is in everything. Oil and gas is in almost everything that you use every single day. From the makeup you use, to the clothes that you wear, to the microphones that are on our lapels. We are going to need a lot more energy and a lot more oil and gas far into the future. So opening up these resources, both.
So somebody just said, I'm going to reply Pleasant because Pleasant Gift is always very sort of kind of articulate with his comment. He says, the same drive as Elon and any other billionaire. They want more. Actually, when you say they want more money or they want more success. Because these are two different words. You can be very rich and you don't feel successful. You could be very rich financially, but you don't feel successful. So Elon's dream is to create a new world on Mars. That's his definition of success. So to do that, you have to send rockets to space. Okay, you have to harness a lot of energy and get all this regulation signed to get there. And he's supporting Donald Trump because frankly, he wants to make sure he has no hurdle when he's trying to get to Mars. Okay. And Elon Musk, right now, he is the most successful space traveler company, SpaceX. It is just what it is, like no conversation. Even NASA contracts him to help them get the astronauts from space. Okay. So just because he's a billionaire, that doesn't make him successful in his own heart. Money doesn't constitute success in these people's heart. People think like once you start getting enough money, you start like taking trips, paying off things that you don't even need money. You have more than you want or more than you need. It's like money isn't the main factor anymore. It's now about your goals, your accomplishment, and what you set out to do. And this man wants to go to Mars to create a new world. That's what he thinks is success to him at that level. So money isn't even a factor anymore.
Onshore and off, and allowing the regulatory regime to be cut back as well, which is another key focus of these executive orders, is going to be key to our energy future. Because we all know that we're going to need a lot more, and cutting costs is all about more supply here in the United States.
Quickly, Mike, Governor Newsom said yesterday about Trump's executive orders on climate change in terms of withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement. If you don't believe in science, believe your own damn eyes. And of course, he's talking about the wildfires. How do you respond to that?
Well, the truth of the matter is that the United States leads the world in oil and gas production, but it also leads the world in emissions reduction. We can do both of these things. And the way that we've been able to cut back on our emissions is through new technology. We're going to be focused on cutting emissions regardless of what international treaties we're in or not in. That will be a key focus of the oil and gas industry.
It's just good business anyway. All right. Thank you, Mike.
Somebody says, fix this Earth before fixing Mars. According to Elon, he's saying maybe the Earth is unfixable. I'm telling you, this is different, y'all. I'm telling you, like, look, everybody has dreams, okay? Everybody has dreams, and God gives you your dream, and you can choose to pursue your dreams or blame people. You know what I don't like when people say, "Well, he's a billionaire, he's a trillionaire." Oh, it's snowing. This is cool. It's snowing, boo boo. You know what I mean? Like when people say, "Is a billionaire? Why isn't it fixing the earth?" Uh, you want him to use his own money to fix the earth. How many billionaires have walked this earth and they didn't fix this earth? How many? How many? And these guys are billionaires in stocks, okay, in asset. They don't have liquid cash. You know what I mean? Like they don't have liquid cash. People think because he's worth billions of dollars, they think he has cash saved up in a Capital One or Chase bank account. No, he has stocks and is taking loans against those stocks. That's what he does. Go finish your work, boo boo.
Homan, thank you so much for joining me. I want to ask with something that you said last night, that your deportation operation starts today. Did it?
Yeah, ISIS, they're out there enforcing law out today. And of course, as I've said numerous times, they're concentrating on public safety threats. That'll be our priority right out of the gate. So ICE officers are back to doing their job.
Where are these? Are they actual raids? And how is it different from what we saw yesterday or the day before?
Well, look, I wouldn't call them raids. They're target enforcement operations. They know exactly who they're looking for. They know pretty much where they'll find them. So again, these are well-planned operations. They're well investigated, so they have a lot of backup information when they go out there. A whole team goes out for officer safety concerns. So this happens throughout the nation. I mean, I'm not going to tell you specific locations out of officer safety concerns, but ICE is back doing their job effective today. They haven't been able to do it for years.
Well, I'm going to follow up on that in 1 second, but who is ICE going after right now? I know that you and others said.
Yeah, Dana says, I wouldn't want to go to Mars. Yep, for sure. And that's the thing, like the older generation, they don't care about going to Mars or space. Like, what are we doing in space? Let's enjoy this world. But the new generation, like 13 years old, 15 years old, 20 years old, someday they might want to go to Mars. And that's just the truth. It's just like back in the day before Henry Ford made a car, people were riding on horses and people were like, "Oh, I'm never going to drive in a car. Oh, I'm never getting in that." And by that, they meant a car. They didn't want to go in any car. They wanted to stay on their horses. They're like, there's no way in this world I would ride in a car. I'm only going to stay on my horse. All of a sudden, nobody's riding on horses anymore. Matter of fact, you can only see a horse in a stable or in a farm these days. Okay? So the things that you think may never exist will eventually exist. You can run from it, you can run from the change, but it is going to happen. Like it is 1000% going to happen. Someday in this world, people will go to Mars, go to space, like they're going to Walmart. Like, it is facts. You may not think it's going to happen now. It might take 50 years, it might take 80 years, but it will happen. It will eventually happen. And there's nothing anybody could do about it. Like, you could say, you're not going to go. I'm never going to. It will. Like, you can't run from it. You know what Thanos said, the guy in Avengers? He said, run from it, dread it. I am inevitable. That's what's going on right now. All right. You know what time it is? Trump's border czar. Yeah, deportation begins, yo.
Several times that it is the people who pose the biggest public safety threat to Americans who would be approached and deported first. Is that still the case?
Yes, people in the country illegally that have a criminal conviction that makes them a public safety threat. That's our priority.
How are you finding them?
Again, these ICE officers across the country have a non-detained docket. They know who these people are. When they don't show up in court, they fail to leave as ordered by an immigration judge, or they have, NCIC information on someone who was arrested for a violent crime here that's in the country illegally. They take those leads, they do investigative work, and through that work, try to find out where these people may be located. And that's the whole investigative piece they do before they go out and actually make an arrest.
And so what is happening as we speak is limited to those with criminal records?
That's the target of this operation. But like I said many times, in places like sanctuary cities where we can't arrest a bad person in the jail, we would like to have access to the jail to arrest a criminal alien in the safety and security of a county jail, which is safer for the community, safer for the officers, and safer for the alien. But when you release a public safety threat out of a sanctuary jail and won't give us access to him, that means we got to go to the neighborhood and find him. And we will find him. But when we find him, he may be with others. Others that don't have a criminal conviction but are in the country illegally, they will be arrested too. Because we're not going to strike, and this is the difference between the last administration and this administration. ICE is going to enforce the immigration law. There's nothing in the INA, the Immigration Nationality Act, says you got to be convicted of a serious crime in order to be removed from this country. So there's going to be more collateral arrests in sanctuary cities because they forced us to go in the community and find the guy we're looking for.
Let me just make sure that I understand what you're saying, because at first you said that the first targets are those with criminal records, but you are also saying that those who are undocumented in the U.S., also who don't have criminal records, people who are working in their communities, maybe even have spouses who are American citizens, they could be swept up with ICE today as well?
Looks like.
What I'm telling you is when we go find our priority target, which is a criminal alien, if he's with others in the United States illegally, we're going to take enforcement action against him. We're going to enforce the immigration law.
What happens then? So the ICE officers gets an individual or a set of individuals and apprehends them. What next? What do these ICE officers do with them? Because in some cases, and you know this far better than I,
It is snowing.
They haven't been deported in the past because their country of origin won't take them.
Well, what happens after arrest, they're taken to an ICE office and they're processed and put in detention. While they're in detention, ICE officers work on travel documents. The host country sends travel documents saying, yeah, this is our citizen, this is our national. Then we make flight arrangements. So they could be in detention from a few days for a few weeks until that removal was made happen.
What if the host country doesn't want them, as has happened in the recent past?
We have various plans. We have various plans. Other countries are willing to take them. We have third safe country removals. So that's something we're working through. But I think you're going to see less of the recalcitrant countries. Countries won't take their citizens back under this president, because this president has vowed that these countries will take them back. So I'll leave that up to the White House. But there will be negotiations with those countries who are pushing back on recalcitrancy, and they will be removed.
You know, I think that there is some kind of image that people might have, given how much we heard President Trump and you in the months during the campaign, and certainly during the transition, talking about what's going to happen of people being rounded up, loaded on buses, and dropping them off on the border. Is that how you see this happening?
Well, I don't like the analogy of rounding up. Look, again, this is a targeted enforcement operation. The president's been clear on this. We're going to concentrate on public safety threats. But in sanctuary cities, where they don't let us take that public safety threat into custody in the safety and security of a jail, we have to go find him. If he's with others in the country illegally, ICE will not turn a blind eye to that. ICE is going to uphold the oath they took. They're going to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and signed by a president. And they're going to do that without apology. I mean, if sanctuary cities force us in this position, that's exactly what's going to happen.
How many deportations do you think that you can carry out this year? Last year, for example, the Biden administration did deport about 270,000 people, which is the most since 2014. I know you said ICE has not been doing its job, but there have been a lot of deportations. What's going to happen coming up?
That is not accurate. The Biden administration is hiding the numbers. If you look at those removal numbers, over 80% were Border Patrol apprehensions on the border that were immediately removed. They weren't ICE removals. So if you look at what ICE has done in the interior of the United States under 4 years of President Biden, they have the lowest numbers of removals in the history of the agency, despite a historic illegal crisis on the southern border. So they can claim 240,000 whatever removals. That's simply not the.
No, you guys are not understanding what I'm talking about. I'm not saying like the trip to Mars is going to be successful right now. It's not going to be successful. It's just like the electric bulb, okay? Who designed or created or invented the electric bulb? Was it what, Thomas Edison? He tried what, like 1,000 times? These things, innovation happens probably once in a century, okay? When was the last time innovation actually happened? Was it during the airplane or the internet? I think the internet was like one of the major last inventions, and the iPhone, okay? But if you could say it's, I mean, it's just like, is, I mean, why are we doing this? It is going to happen regardless of what anybody thinks. It is going to happen. Okay, it is absolutely going to happen. Do I want to go to Mars? I think it's a waste of time. Me traveling to Mars, I mean, what am I doing going to Mars? But do I want to go to Mars someday? Maybe. I want to go to Mars. I mean, Jesus. Who, like, this is why I went skydiving, okay? I like things like that. I mean, I want to go to space one day. Just, I mean, to me, it's like exploring the world, all right? You want to do things that excite you. Some people don't want to do things like that. Like, for example, my mom was like, "Why are you going skydiving? Oh, my heart." Like, I didn't even tell her I went skydiving because she would probably, maybe, who knows, have an heart attack, go telling her I'm going skydiving. So I went by myself. I told nobody because you do have to sign like a waiver saying you might actually die if you do skydiving. So it's like, all right, I'm going to go skydive by myself. Whatever happens, happens. Some people just like those types of experiences, and some people don't care, don't want it. You know what I mean? So some of us like it, some of us don't like it. Some people get married, some people don't want to get married. Some people want to buy a home, some people don't want to buy a home. Like, it's preferences. However, the invention or innovation of mankind or human beings traveling to Mars, it's going to eventually happen. It might take 50 years, 80 years, like I said, but it's going to happen regardless of what anybody thinks right now.
And under the Trump administration, were there fewer removals? Yes. And why was that? Because we secured the border. We weren't releasing millions of people to the United States to have to go find and remove. So it doesn't matter how many people were deported, it's how many people were released in this country, and millions were released into this country by the Biden administration that were not released by the Trump administration.
I just want to be clear. I'm not obviously getting these numbers out of thin air. They are coming from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency. You're saying that they're giving us false information?
The numbers are accurate. I'm talking, where do those removals come from? And they're not interior ICE removals. 80% of those removals were arrested by Border Patrol. So ICE didn't make the arrest, Border Patrol did, and they were removed by ICE on the southern border. Oh my God,
Dana.
Understood. You told my colleague Caitlin Collins in December that you didn't know how many people you're going to depart because you didn't know the resources that you would have. How much money do you, and I understand that you've been in this job now for a matter of hours, but you've been working on it ahead of time for a long time. Do you know how much money you're going to need from Congress to carry this out?
Look, I've been working with members of Congress, and the whole team's been working on to come up with a number that makes sense. But like I've said many times, we're going to use whatever money we have and do the most efficient operation we can. The more money we have, the more we can do. And I think this election proves that the American people support the removals of criminal aliens in this country. So I'm looking for Congress to come through and give us the budget we need.
One of the president's executive orders suspends the U.S. refugee program, and that action could leave about 2,000 Afghans in limbo who were previously approved to resettle in the U.S., and that includes families of U.S. service members. Why shouldn't those people be allowed to come in the U.S. and stay as refugees?
Look, we need to secure the border. We need to stop the bleeding, right? We can keep bailing the water out of the boat, but we got to plug those holes. So right now, it's all about securing this nation, securing the border, and we'll address that in the coming days. But right now, we're going to shut that border down and get a hold of this problem. What's happening on our border is the biggest national security vulnerability I've seen in my career, and I've
Very
been over
nice.
35 years doing this. We need to
Yeah,
take
she's
action to
too
secure the
funny,
border,
yo.
and we'll discuss the other policies down the road. But right now, it's all about securing the border and saving lives.
So I just want to, again, make sure I understand this, because this is all new and very, very important with regard to the Afghan refugees, that it was a blanket executive order, but perhaps it could be amended or specific groups of people could be addressed as you get your arms around this?
No, the order stands as is, but we know there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We know that a lot of these refugees weren't properly vetted. There are things we need to fix that the last administration broke before we allow the program to continue. So we're on it. We'll be discussing it more in the future.
Okay, so Afghan refugees, children in some cases of U.S. service members, they are no longer safe in the United States.
I want to say they're safe in the United States. The president issued an executive order to give us time to get our arms around this massive problem of immigration in the United States, massive vetting problem that we got to get our hands around. So that's where we're at.
Okay, so they'll be deported or not let in if they're on their way.
If they're in the country illegally, they have a problem. It's not okay to enter this country illegally if that's what you're talking about.
But if they were admitted as refugees and now that law changed.
And they'll be handled by a case-by-case basis.
I mean, how is that even common sense? If they're here illegally, that's the only thing Trump has been talking about, illegal immigration. He's never said if you came in here through the proper channels, you would not be, left alone to do your job or do your duties or whatever you're doing. It's like, if you came in here illegally, though, you're going to have to go. Yeah, man, you're going to have to go. And this Mars conversation, okay, Mars, no, man, y'all doing way too much. Pleasant says, I say use the same technology in 1969 that got men to travel to the moon, yet technology has advanced and we cannot get a man on the moon. Most people say technology has advanced, but it's not. It has not been the case every single year, though. When people say, well, technology is only advancing. No. Think about it. The pyramid in Egypt. Technology has advanced. We still don't know how the pyramids in Egypt was built. Okay, nobody knows how it got there, how it, was made. But technology has improved, right? Maybe not. Okay, you may never know, because how old is the oldest person that has been on Earth? Like, do we know the first man? Nobody knows the first man. Okay, according to the Bible, is Adam and Eve. But like, according to science, I believe in the Bible though. But it's like, you never know the types of technology that existed 5,000 years ago, or 4,000, 2,000, 3. Like 1,000 years ago. Nobody knows. Okay, nobody knows what type of technology existed 1,000 years ago. You just think technology is like moving forward. Maybe for our generation, this technology that we are exposed to is what we think is like the highest form of technology. What if there used to be some crazy technology 2,000 years ago that nobody knew about? So it's like, you think technology is moving forward? For us, yes, because this is all we know. You just might never know. I mean, it's a very complicated conversation, but the pyramids in Egypt, how did it get there? That's the first things first. If you're going to say technology is, moving forward, the pyramids in Egypt, how did it get there?
CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent Paula Reed joins me now. Paula, when we look at the scope of these pardons.
Okay, for people who don't know, well, a lot of people already know, J6, most of these guys have been pardoned. And of course, they should be pardoned because Joe Biden, yes, baby. All right, I'm coming, sweetie. All right, I'm coming. My daughter just say, Daddy, come here. She's the boss. My 5-year-old daughter just says, Daddy, come here.
Federal Prosecutor Elliot Williams. He served as Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Obama administration. Elliot, were you surprised by the scope, the scale of the pardons?
I was not. And let's go back to exactly what Paula had said. The pardon power is absolute as laid out in the Constitution. It's probably, I think, the only power given to any of the branches of government, the courts, Congress, or the president, that has so few limits on it. And given the fact that President Trump said quite clearly, or at least teased, that he was planning on pardoning any number of these individuals, it should not come as a surprise that he took advantage of basically the freebie that the Constitution gives presidents of the United States. So no, I'm not surprised.
Scott?
Well, watching Donald Trump's day today, I'm just struck by the fact that we have a president again. I mean, look at this guy's day. 3 speeches, 196 executive actions, holds a 90-minute press conference narrating each one as he goes along. I mean, Joe Biden could not and would not offer the kind of transparency or vigor to the American people that we got here on day one from Trump. And tonight, Trump's going to throw on a tux and go to 3 balls. I mean, he's having an active day. I think it's going to be a massive amount of contrast here for a presidency like what we're going to see out of Trump and versus what we've had out of Biden. I was watching Trump today, and Van and I were talking earlier today, watching him walk down the hall of the Capitol, and the words that came to mind to me were gritty, resilient, determined, and audacious. There's not like a more perfect advertisement for the value of these qualities in modern America. I mean, you think about all the things that happened to him. Winning, losing, the court cases, nearly being assassinated. It's rather audacious what he has accomplished, winning this election and taking office today. And you said you were in shock. Well, Republicans are in awe.
What about with the pardons? What's your take on that?
Here's what I think. Were these people punished? Yes. Were they ruined financially? Yes. Did they spend time in jail? Yes. Have their lives been ruined? Absolutely. And one of you said earlier, Van or Axe, that you think this sends a terrible signal that you can get away with things like this, as though we've never had a moment in recent American history when people were not punished for rampaging around when they shouldn't have been. It was the summer of 2020. And these people were actually punished. Those people were never even charged.
Hey, that's not true at all.
That's not true. Most charges were not.
Let him answer.
But I do see it differently in that I don't like it when people tear up buildings at all. I'm not a part of some pro-riot, pro-crime lobby. But I really don't like when people attack police officers. I really don't like it at all. I'm the son of a police officer. My uncle's a police officer. I don't like it at all. If you attack a police officer, before you get any lenience or before you get any support from this society, you should apologize. And they didn't. And that's wrong. And you yourself and others said you would have a problem if the violent ones were let go.
I concede it. I agree.
And that's my problem tonight.
I agree. I don't like the idea specifically the people that attack police. I'm in agreement with you on that. But I do think it is important to note that these people, whatever they did, whether it was just accidentally walking in or doing something much, much worse, Elliot, you can correct me if I'm wrong, most of them, if not all of them, did get punished, serve some kind of time. And my assumption is virtually all of them have had their lives effectively ruined by this.
I thought there were hundreds of them who have not actually been tried yet.
Several hundreds, but I think it's around 300 who haven't gone to trial yet.
I don't know, Scott. We sat here together after January 6th, and you were eloquent about how you felt about what you saw. And I felt the same way. And again, I go back to the point I made before. I think there were people there who were bent on violence. There were people there who belonged to white nationalist organizations. Leaders of them were among those who's had their sentences commuted or they were pardoned tonight. We'll see when all the smoke clears how they're classified. But that wasn't just, I think assaulting police officers was, an egregious affront. But assaulting the process of certifying a free and fair election was also an egregious affront. Rampaging through a building that you and I both revere was an egregious affront. And so, for the president to call them hostages and to essentially blanket excuse their behavior is part.
I get it. I'm not going to say everybody that was at the Capitol on January 6th were all like there for a good reason. But it's just two tier of system that you would say those guys are bad people and deserve to be in prison, but then the son of the president deserves a pardon. You see what I mean? Like it's like we're gonna say J6ers, well, they assaulted a policeman, which is absolutely wrong. You deserve the whole full extent of the law if you do something like that. But what about? And I'm not trying to be whataboutism here. It's just you want those people to get what they actually deserve. The president's son should get what he also deserves. But he got a pardon by his father because his father is the president of the United States. What do you expect? You should expect what you got yesterday. If Biden didn't pardon his son, maybe, just maybe, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. But Biden pardoned his son, he pardoned his whole family. Come on.
Parcel of the original sin, which was his assertion without evidence that he continues to this day to say that that election was stolen from him. They were actually acting on his representations. So, I think the whole thing, I agree he was energetic today. He projected the message he wanted to on a whole range of issues. He showed his stamina. You're going to have to stop living off of Joe Biden after a while here. But all of that is true. But there's a reason why they waited until the end of the day after the news, the evening news and so on. He didn't do it in front of the crowd at the arena. He went back to the White House later in the evening so it wouldn't dominate the coverage all day long. They knew he didn't mention it in his inaugural speech. 57% of Americans said they disapprove of this when they were asked by the Wall Street.
Yes, but actually, when he said he was going to pardon the J6ers at the Capital One Arena, everybody was screaming and with joy, actually. It's like everybody was happy he was doing it. So he also campaigned based on that. He said it was going to, check, bless you. He said it was going to check that situation and assess it and see if it was going to pardon most of them. He said most of them would be pardoned during the campaign trail. So it's like people saying, well, the people didn't support that. No, he campaigned on the border, on the economy, and also the J6 people. He said it during his campaign. He said he was going to pardon them. Okay. Now nobody's talking about Biden's son and his family. Now it's about, well, Trump pardoned J6ers. I don't support any of that, but it happened.
Street Journal, 50 of them strongly disapproved. So I'll give him credit for political courage, I guess, because he did something that was deeply unpopular here by paroling these people. But there's really no way to justify it. And the fact that he showed a lot of stamina today doesn't really.
I want to hear from Aaron because we haven't heard from Aaron. What do you think?
I think if you're part of the Trump team that's now in the White House today, that shock and awe, this big delivery today of all the executive actions, but J6 especially, those pardons, this is exactly what Donald Trump said they were going to do. That is going to be the Trump team stance coming out.
Exactly. He said that from the gate. He's not, all of a sudden is pardoning J6 guys. He already said it from the gate. Because he was comparing and contrasting J6 to the protest, the BLM protest in 2020, and how the burnt down police department and the courthouse in Minneapolis, because it's facts. And they said those guys never got to see inside of a jail. So it's like, people want to say, what about this person, but not that person? If J6s deserves to be in jail, then the president's son shouldn't have gotten a pardon. Then the people that protested in 2020 and did all that stuff need to be figured out as well. So it's like, there's no, if you're going to go that route, then lock everybody up, bro.
They're going to be like, you wanted us to come in and get out of the Paris Climate Accord. He has been talking about the J6 detainees, hostages, whatever language he has been using about them the entire time. He used this on the campaign trail. And so today he walked in the White House and he did exactly what he said he was going to do. So if you're the Trump team, yeah, I do think they're going to have a hard time coming out of this, especially with those who assaulted police officers or committed violent crimes. That's going to be very tough for them to try and say, hey, listen, we just went for it. I think this is the hard part for them. But right now, their messaging is going to be, we did exactly what we said we would do.
Facts. I'm telling y'all, he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Do I support it? I don't support everything Trump does, okay? I voted for him because he is 1,000% better. Like blanket immunity for law enforcement officers. He said it during the campaign trail. I don't support that. I don't think law enforcement officers should just get blanket immunity or whatever. But it's like, no, because anybody can make a mistake. And if you say that, the bad actors, because every industry, every walk of life has bad actors. So if you say immunity for all law enforcement officers, the bad actors are going to take advantage of that and they're going to do bad stuff. So I do not support that. And Trump said that. So it's not, everything Trump said, y'all just going to support him. Nah. Okay, nah. But on the economy, he is the greatest. On the border, definitely the greatest.
A fascinating.
Okay.
Window on, clearly he's very happy to be back in the Oval Office, very happy to be back on TV. You can imagine him saying a lot of those things every day in Mar-a-Lago over the last 4 years to assemble the gas time and time again.
I think also he said, gee, did Biden do this? I think he wanted to set a contrast with Biden, by going sort of having this rolling press conference.
We rarely have seen something like that of a president just riffing.
Thank you, Anderson. Thank you. For once, someone on CNN actually knows the facts. This man, I would never stop saying it, okay? This man is 78 years old, and he was up all day yesterday working, okay? After the inauguration, he did so many rigmaroling, okay? And then he signed executive orders in the Capital One Arena, in the Oval Office, and then he went to do the dance with the First Lady, and he still gave his speech, and he still danced at 78 years old. Biden could never. Actually, no president has ever.
And there's a reason for it, because the words of a president can actually send armies marching and markets tumbling and have real consequences. I actually think it's refreshing for presidents to be, I was among those who was critical of the lack of exposure of President Biden, and I think it's good for presidents to be exposed. It's better if they tell the truth when they're doing it. And as Daniel just said, a lot of that wasn't there. But we ought to focus on the sort of headline issue here. There are a lot of consequential things he did, but that ceremony today was in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. Everybody here remembers what happened there 4 years ago when that mob came through. Everybody remembers the gallows. Everybody remembers the chants. Everybody remembers the assault on 160 police officers. Is that the number? And basically, he said those people were hostages. I saw him today at his rally in front of a group of families of Israeli hostages who were taken by Hamas in Gaza, and he talked about freeing the January 6th hostages. These are not hostages. These are people who either confessed or were convicted of crimes related to marauding the Capitol to try and stop the lawful process of certifying an American election. And the only defense that I can think of for this action today is that those people went there because they were told an abject lie by the President of the United States that the election had been stolen and that something improper was happening. And so, in some ways, maybe he, I'm not suggesting this was his motivation, but you could justify it by saying, well, he lied to them and tricked them into going there under false pretenses because they thought it was their patriotic duty. So maybe they should get some consideration for that. Many of them have said that they went there because he told them to do that. But I'll tell you, what are the consequences
He never
of
said
this?
that. He never said that.
If people are told that you can engage in rioting, insurrections, attack police officers, and so on, and the President of the United States will call you hostage.
This is why the Democrat lost in 2024. This is why they lost. And this is why they're also going to lose in 2028 and 2032. Because you just never say the story exactly how it is. In 2020, people were protesting and it was not a peaceful protest. What happened to those guys? What happened? What happened to those people in 2020 who actually were destroying buildings, burning down statues, painting statues just because they were angry? What about those people? I know you guys want to say it's about whataboutism. I guess it is whataboutism, but this is what the people saw and then said, you know what? I'm just going to vote for Trump. This is why Trump won, because of talks like this. Just focusing on one side and not both sides. You have to actually talk about both parties. Okay. In 2020, this happened and, they didn't do anything, but well, maybe that's why he did this. Like, it should be equal. You shouldn't just focus on one person. Well, Trump is a bad person because his
hostages and free you. It's a hell of a way to start the next 4 years.
Yeah, look, I was prepared for shock and awe. This is just shock and awful, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, if David is 100% right, this could be interpreted by some people as a green light for right-wing political violence. That's not his intention, but it could be interpreted that way. Because why do you put people in jail? 3 reasons. You want to incapacitate dangerous people, you want to punish people for doing bad stuff, and you want to deter people from doing the same thing again. It looks like the federal government is no longer in the deterrence business when it comes to right-wing political violence. That is scary to me, and I am a criminal justice.
This is why, once again, the Democrat lost in 2024. Because he just mentioned right-wing violent. What do you mean by right-wing violent? Violence is violence, okay? It is what it is. What about the president's son? Okay. What about 2020 protest? It wasn't peaceful. Are you going to say that's left-wing violence? This is why they lost. And this is why they're going to lose in 2028. This is my opinion, okay? You might look, everybody has their own opinion, but this is why they lost in 2024, and they're going to lose in 2028 and 2032.
Fanatic. I love people coming out of prison. But usually when somebody comes out of prison, it's not right after they beat up a cop. Maybe they did something else, and there's some idea that they've confessed, they've apologized, they've rehabilitated themselves, they've done some action, and then we say, now you get a second chance. This is a very dangerous thing that happened tonight, among many others. This is not shock and awe, it's shock and awful.
With me now is Massachusetts Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. Let me ask you about what you think of these pardons and commutations of the January 6th.
Look, it attacks the very foundation of our democracy because it tries to whitewash what was clearly an insurrection. People died from that. Property was destroyed. People were injured. Police officers
Properties was destroyed, really? You want to talk about properties?
The democratic process died. And the idea that now Donald Trump and his Republican friends are just coming in and trying to whitewash the whole thing and pretend not only did it never happen, it was nothing but a picnic. And that's just not going to work.
He seems to have a lot of new friends, too, who appeared today. I'm wondering what you made of what you think the message President Trump was trying to send by having, Tim Cook, Jeff Bezos, obviously Elon Musk, all the others, Zuckerberg, front and center in the rotunda, right next to, across the aisle from former presidents, and what message it actually sends to you?
So I think there was a double message. I think one message is pay to play. You want to be Donald Trump's friend? Write a check, buy some Bitcoin, whatever. But I think the second message is really who this government is going to work for. Front and center right there. It's going to work for the billionaires. Oh, yeah, Donald Trump made a lot of promises while he was running, and he said he was really going to help out American families. And American families have a lot to complain about on how expensive life has become, on how challenging it has become. But he gave that whole speech today. And boy, he wanted to talk about renaming the Gulf of Mexico. He wanted to talk about taking back the Panama Canal. But where was the discussion of housing prices? Where did he really talk about what he wants to do on healthcare? Where was even something about the junk fees that people have to live with and the way they're fleeced by giant financial companies? None of that. So flood the zone with everything else, but the very heart of what the American voter told us they wanted, and that is someone who would fight for them and fight for their economic security.
Exactly what he's doing.
When he first came to the White House, 2016, there was a lot of questions about, okay, he's going to hand over his businesses to his sons, whatever.
Yep.
Now he released a meme coin the day before, yesterday. His wife, the First Lady, released one, I guess, this morning, today. Obviously, there's questions about the crypto industry, which the government will have a role in deciding the regulation of it. Is this a complete conflict of interest?
Of course it is. But look.
Okay, here we go.
We used to talk about transparency, how we wanted transparency in government on the notion that if it was out in public, if there was sunshine on it, then our elected officials would behave appropriately, government would behave appropriately. This is transparent corruption. It's just right out there for everybody to see. You want to influence Donald Trump, help make him richer. You want to influence Melania Trump to influence Donald Trump, make her richer. You no longer have to sign up at the Trump Hotel. You just actually come in and make a purchase right online. That is a corruption that runs so deep and runs to the heart of
here we go.
Not just Donald Trump, but the entire administration.
All right.
That combined with all those billionaires lined up in the front row just tells you this is an administration determined to make life better for billionaires. And you know who's going to pay for that? Everybody else.
Oh, this is why Trump is in the White House. That is why. Okay, this is for people that said that this is just going back to the Mars conversation, okay? I know I shouldn't go back there, but I just want to play you something JFK said back in the day about going to the moon.
Go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And skills, because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the other two.
There you have it.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon.
There you have it, guys. Because it's hard.
We choose
That's
to
why.
go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
There you have it. It's not just about going to Mars. It's about conquering something that seemed impossible. That's what America is known for. And that's why people travel across the world to come here for that impossibility. It's like, oh, it's impossible. I could get it done in the United States. If it's impossible, Americans can get it done. This is why going to Mars is very important for, innovators like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, the Blue Origin, SpaceX, and all of these other companies. Same thing with artificial intelligence. These things, in my opinion, this is my prediction, okay? It can happen in the next 1,000 years, okay? It could happen in the next 1,500 years, but I believe that humanity, I should probably not say this, but this is, I said this in my household a lot. Like, humanity will probably maybe self-destruct. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that, but it may happen in the next 2,000 years, but humanity is just going to self-destruct by itself. Okay. But for now that we're here, have a good time, y'all. Have a good time.
Known, I believe we have contact with. Michael, I appreciate you being with us. I'm wondering when you heard the news and what's going through your mind tonight?
I just heard the news from your producers a few moments ago. The only thing that that's going through my mind right now is that this is what the American people voted for. Donald Trump has been promising these pardons ever since he announced his candidacy in Waco, Texas, the scene of one of the most notorious battles between American law enforcement and the American extremist movement that resulted in the death of numerous law enforcement officers. Thanks, America.
This feels like a betrayal to you.
Oh, I have been betrayed by my country. Rest assured, I have been betrayed by my country, and I've been betrayed by those that supported Donald Trump. Whether you voted for him because he promised these pardons or for some other reason, you knew that this was coming, and here we are. Tonight, 6 individuals who assaulted me as I did my job on January 6th, as did hundreds of other law enforcement officers, will now walk free. 6 individuals who have threatened my life and who have made threats towards my family members, as well as countless other January 6th defendants who have threatened me because they see me as a spokesperson for law enforcement for this event. My family, my children, and myself are less safe today because of Donald Trump and his supporters.
Come on, man.
When you hear the president of the United States, Donald Trump, talking about back the blue, or his supporters saying that they back the blue, you don't buy that?
No political party supports law enforcement. That's just a fact. Political parties support public safety, but they don't support police officers, and they don't understand the sacrifices that we make on behalf of the American people. That's been my experience as a 20-year career law enforcement officer in a major metropolitan city in this country. That being said, right now, I think that the Republican Party owns a monopoly on hypocrisy when it comes to supporting, or their supposed support of, law enforcement. Because tonight, the leader of the Republican Party pardoned hundreds of violent cop assaulters.
You were pardoned today, and we should note President Biden said it was not for committing a crime, but for stepping forward to testify about January 6th. Did you know about that in advance? What do you think about that? And are you concerned for the safety of your family now?
I had no communication with the White House or anyone else for that matter regarding a potential pardon or presidential pardon. I mean, all I can say is that I think it's a sad commentary on where we are as a nation that a sitting president thought it necessary to issue a preemptive pardon to a witness in a congressional investigation because the subject of that investigation is now the president and it promised to pursue politically motivated revenge. Again, it's just more examples of the outrageous behavior of the current president.
I like the way they come up with names that can really become an headline, like political revenge. Trump is out for political revenge. That's really striking. I mean, you got to give these people props, though. They know how to capture your attention, our attention, because it's like political revenge. This man had his home raided by FBI. People are gonna say because he took documents from the White House. Why did he take document from the White House? The former president. Now, what he's doing, they're gonna say, well, it's political revenge. But what they did to him, he was in court while running for campaign, running for the presidential election, going through courthouses to rallies. Like, he's doing roundtable conversations with people to tell them what he's going to do for them. He's going to rallies. Next week, he's going to the courthouse. This week, he's being indicted. It's like, yes, he won. And they're going to say political revenge. What about going back and see what you did, what you guys did? Now, I'm not talking about Anderson and this guy, but like the Democrat and, you know, the people who keep saying political revenge, political revenge. What about what they did to him, though?
President of the United States. As far as concern for my family and my family's safety, I've been concerned for myself and my family's safety ever since I testified before Congress. If you remember, I didn't even make it through my congressional testimony before I received my first threat from a member of the American public who called me and threatened my life literally as I was giving testimony. And those threats have continued to this day against both myself and members of my family. In recent months, my mother has been swatted, a 76-year-old woman who's guilty of nothing other than having a son, a police officer who responded to the Capitol on January 6th. And she's also had human feces thrown on her while she was raking leaves in her front yard.
Whoa.
This is who we are as a nation. This is what we have become, and it has been further exacerbated by.
One thing I got to say openly here is I do understand that. Sweetie, you okay? Okay. I do understand that there are far left people and there are actually far right people. Okay. It goes both ways. You would hear some people say some things sometimes like, how do you even think that makes any sense? Far right. I'm saying far, far right. Now, I'll hear some things that is far, far left. I'm like, you cannot be serious about what you just said. But it's going on. Like, regardless of what anybody does to you, why would you? Well, it's not regardless because there's some things that people do that's like, yeah, they need to get some of that. But it's like, this is a 76. If this is true, what he's saying, a 76-year-old woman, it's just wild that she would get that kind of treatment because Trump is 78 years old and he's qualified to be this guy's daddy. Okay. Because his mom is 76 and Trump is 78. Okay. I mean, a lot has gone wrong. People take this way too seriously, like family members are not talking to each other because one of them supports Trump and the other one does not support Trump. The other one supports Kamala and this one says, no, I'm not going to vote for Kamala. And all of a sudden, they're getting a divorce. All of a sudden, brothers are not talking to brothers anymore. Mothers are not talking to son because You voted for Trump. How dare you vote for Trump? How dare you vote for Kamala? It's going on right now in the United States. That is so pathetic. It's a madhouse. Yeah, Ross, it is a madhouse, yo. That's just too wild. Tone it down and realize this is just not worth your family, okay? Love your family, take care of your kids, and stop taking this to your head like, I'm not going to talk to my brother anymore because he voted for Trump or because he voted for Kamala. Come on, y'all.
Donald Trump. As I've said many times before, we are self-centered, we are violent, and we are indifferent to the suffering of our neighbors.
So first up this morning for President Trump on his first full day back in the White House, attending the national prayer service at the Washington National Cathedral. Attending the service just after inauguration is a tradition dating back to 1933. The National Cathedral says this interfaith service will be a place to gather, to seek healing, unity, and wisdom in the months to come. And you can be sure we all could use more of that. Joining us right now is Father Edward Beck, the campus minister at Manhattan University, a longtime friend. Thank you so much for being here.
Great being here.
We were just talking. There was a lot of prayer yesterday throughout all of the events. How will it be different today from what we heard in all of the prayer that we heard yesterday?
Well, in my opinion, a lot of the prayer yesterday was kind of partisan screed, and it wasn't prayer at all. It was histrionic performance, with the exception of Cardinal Dolan, who I thought began very well and also graciously mentioned President Biden. I think the others just were all about lifting up what President Trump has done, will do, and telling God what to do. And I didn't think it was prayer at all. And I think what we're going to see today, as you mentioned, will be very different at the National Cathedral.
And what do you, different in how? In tone, in tenor, in message?
Well, I've read through the prayers. It's an interfaith service, so all faiths are going to be represented. Interestingly, though, there's not a Roman Catholic representative, which I found.
Does that mean something? What do you think?
I don't know, other than the current Archbishop, Cardinal Wilton Gregory, has not been in accord with Donald Trump on many issues. We know the incoming Cardinal Archbishop, Robert McElroy, has spoken vociferously against many Trump policies, especially immigration. It's just interesting to me that they weren't there yesterday and they're not there today. They're the Roman Catholic leaders of the Archdiocese of Washington. Having said that, the prayers today, which I have read through, are about caring for refugees. They're about breaking down walls.
Okay. So now this man right here, this reverend right here, loved by God, and God loves every one of us. So he's saying that the prayers yesterday was not prayers at all. They weren't prayers, okay, because they were just elevating Trump and telling God what to do. I guess he is Assistant Jesus. His name should be Assistant Jesus. Assistant Jesus talks at CNN, okay? He is the PA to Jesus, so he's telling us what prayers should sound like. Assistant Jesus, the PA to Jesus Christ, is here telling us what prayers should sound like. Here we go.
They're having compassion for people. There's a rabbi who's going to read the segment from Deuteronomy that says, "You, Israel, were strangers in a foreign land. So you must now welcome strangers as God has welcomed you and as you have been welcomed." I wonder how President Trump and some of the administration sitting, listening to those prayers and those readings will feel when they seem in direct opposition to some of his policies.
That will be very interesting to see this morning, and we'll all see it together. I believe it begins at around 11 o'clock this morning. President Trump talked about God yesterday during his inaugural address about God saving him. I want to play that for you and for everyone. Listen to this, please. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then and believe even more so now that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
What do you make of that message in that moment, Father?
Well, I think the theology is problematic. So did God not save MLK Jr.? I mean, a prophet who was speaking about a vision for the country that we still revere.
Oh, I'm so done, y'all. Oh, God. What is this assistant Jesus talking about? So, he. So, uh, wait, we gotta listen to that again, because you can never make this up, y'all. Promise you that.
Well, I think the theology is problematic. So did God not save MLK Jr.? I mean, a prophet who was speaking about a vision for the country that we still revere to this day. Why was he killed? And why was this president saved? So does God have favorites? Is God partisan? What makes you think that that was God's intervention other than hubris, which is condemned in the scripture, and it lacks humility? And so it's not my theology, it's not the theology of the Judeo-Christian tradition that we have a kind of God who picks and chooses who he will save.
No, I think there's a lot that we should all be listening to come this service at 11 a.m.
Oh, God. What? What did I just hear? Nah, we're gonna have to watch that again. What? And this man is supposed to be a reverend? So who was he supposed to say thanks to? To not God? What? Where are we going? What is? Oh God, I'm having goosebumps right now, man. This is irreverent. Oh, yeah, Lord Jesus.
Of that message in that moment, Father?
Well, I think the theology is problematic. So did God not save MLK Jr.? I mean, a prophet who was speaking about a vision for the country that we still revere to this day. Why was he killed? And why was this president saved? So does God have favorites? Is God partisan? What makes you think that that was God's intervention other than hubris, which is condemned in the scripture, and it lacks humility? And so it's not my theology, it's not the theology of the Judeo-Christian tradition.
I do not even understand that. I promise you, I don't understand that at all. It is my understanding that the scripture said, in whatever you do, thank God. Thank God. Whatever you do in life, thank God, okay? And do things with love. So it's like, what was Trump supposed to say? He wasn't supposed to thank God?
That we have a kind of God who picks and chooses who he will save.
No, I think there's a lot that we should all be listening to come this service at 11 a.m., the National Prayer Service. It's good to see you, as always.
It's great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, my goodness. It's over, y'all. It is over, everybody. It is over. It is so over, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it is over. I'm sorry, y'all. How did we get here?
To bring you the top feeds.
Wait. Did I just say it was not a good church service? Well, I think this guy said some very... Okay. Let's listen to this right here.
It's a good service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They can do much.
What did you think of the service?
What did you think? You like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it?
Wait, where is it? We gotta go listen to it.
I didn't think it was a good service, no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They can do much better.
All
All right, so he said they could do much better, and it comes after the remarks here from the bishop from earlier today. Bishop Budd was asking President Trump at the service to protect gay, lesbian, transgender children, illegal immigrants, and people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings during a prayer service at the National Cathedral. And so those were the remarks and statement by President Trump coming back to the White House. Let's just listen to a little bit here of the service from earlier, and you will see again the reaction from President Trump.
And together in a free society, it is the solid rock, as Jesus said, in this case, upon which to build a nation. It is not conformity. It is not victory. It is not polite weariness or passivity born of exhaustion. Unity is not partisan. Rather, unity is a way of being with one another, that it encompasses and respects our differences, that teaches us to hold multiple perspectives and life experiences as valid and worthy of respect, that enables us in our communities and in the halls of power to genuinely care for one another, even when we disagree. Those across our country who dedicate their lives or who volunteer to help others in times of natural disaster, often at great risk to themselves, never ask those they are helping for whom they voted in a past election or what positions they hold on a particular issue. And we are at our best when we follow their example. For unity at times is sacrificial in the way that love is sacrificial, a giving of ourselves for the sake of another. In his Sermon on the Mount, Jesus of Nazareth exhorts us to love not only our neighbors, but to love our enemies and to pray for those who persecute us, to be merciful as our God is merciful, to forgive others as God forgives us.
True.
And Jesus went out of his way to welcome those whom his society deemed as outcasts. Now, I grant you that unity in this broad, expansive sense it's aspirational, and it's a lot to pray for.
Trump is looking like, okay.
It's a big ask of our God, worthy of the best of who we are and who we can be. But there isn't much to be gained by our prayers if we act in ways that further deepen the divisions among us. Our scriptures are quite clear about this, that God is never impressed with prayers when actions are not informed by them. Nor does God spare us from the consequences of our deeds, which always, in the end, matter more than the words we pray. Those of us gathered here in the cathedral, we are not naive about the realities of politics. When power and wealth and competing interests are at stake, when views of what America should be are in conflict, when there are strong opinions across a spectrum of possibilities and starkly different understandings of what the right course of action is, there will be winners and losers when votes are cast, decisions made that set the course of public policy and the prioritization of resources. It goes without saying that in a democracy, not everyone's particular hopes and dreams can be realized in a given legislative session or a presidential term, not even in a generation. Which is to say, not everyone's specific prayers, for those of us who are people of prayer, not everyone's prayers will be answered in the way we would like. But for some, the loss of their hopes and dreams will be far more than political defeat, but instead a loss of equality and dignity and their livelihoods. Given this, then, is true unity among us even possible? And why should we care about it? Well, I hope we care. I hope we care. Because the culture of contempt that has become normalized in this country threatens to destroy us. We are all bombarded daily with messages from what sociologists now call the outrage industrial complex. Some of that driven by external forces whose interests are furthered by a polarized America. Contempt fuels political campaigns and social media, and many profit from that. But it's a worrisome, it's a dangerous way to lead a country. I'm a person of faith, surrounded by people of faith. And with God's help, I believe that unity in this country is possible. Not perfectly, for we are imperfect people and an imperfect union, but sufficient enough to keep us all believing in and working to realize the ideals of the United States of America, ideals expressed in the Declaration of Independence with its assertion of innate human equality and dignity. And we are right to pray for God's help as we seek unity, for we need God's help, but only if we ourselves are willing to tend to the foundations upon which unity depends. Like Jesus' analogy of building a house of faith on the rock of his teachings as opposed to building a house on sand, the foundations we need for unity must be sturdy enough to withstand the many storms that threaten it. And so what are they? The foundations of unity? Drawing from our sacred traditions and text, let me suggest that there are at least three. The first foundation for unity is honoring the inherent dignity of every human being, which is, as all the faiths represented here affirm, the birthright of all people as children of our one God.
Oh, look at Trump. Trump is like, oh, here we go.
As all the faiths represented here affirm, the birthright of all people as children of our one God. In public discourse, honoring each other's dignity means refusing to mock or discount or demonize those with whom we differ, choosing instead to respectfully debate our differences, and whenever possible, to seek common ground. And if common ground is not possible, dignity demands that we remain true to our convictions without contempt for those who hold convictions of their own. Second foundation for unity is honesty in both private conversation and public discourse. If we're not willing to be honest, there's no use in praying for unity, because our actions work against the prayers themselves. We might, for a time, experience a false sense of unity among some, but not the sturdier, broader unity that we need to address the challenges that we face. Now, to be fair, we don't always know where the truth lies, and there's a lot working against the truth now. But when we do know, when we know what is true, it's incumbent upon us to speak the truth, even when, especially when, it costs us. And the third and last foundation I'll mention today is foundation for unity is humility, which we all need because we are all fallible human beings. We make mistakes. We say and do things that we later regret. We have our blind spots and our biases, and perhaps we are most dangerous to ourselves and others when we are persuaded without a doubt that we are absolutely right and someone else is absolutely wrong. Because then we are just a few steps from labeling ourselves as the good people versus the bad people. And the truth is that we're all people. We're both capable of good and bad. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once astutely observed that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, not between classes, nor between political parties, but right through every human heart, through all human hearts. And the more we realize this, the more room we have within ourselves for humility and openness to one another across our differences, because in fact we are more like one another than we realize, and we need each other. Unity is relatively easy to pray for on occasions of great solemnity. It's a lot harder to realize when we're dealing with real differences in our private lives and in the public arena. But without unity, we're building our nation's house on sand. And with a commitment to unity that incorporates diversity and transcends disagreement, and with the solid foundations of dignity, honesty, and humility that such unity requires, we can do our part and in our time to realize the ideals and the dream of America. Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in
We're going to take it back. Okay? I don't want to be insensitive because I know some Swifties are in the comment. Okay? We're going to go back. Dana said she might be a lesbo, or what do you call it? Is it a lesbo or whatever it is? She probably has a wife. That's what Dana is saying. Look, it ain't me.
Mr. President.
No, we got to go back. We got to go back. Okay, so I want you guys to listen to this carefully, okay?
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals. They may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, this is shameful. Okay. This is absolutely shameful. This is way too shameful. Nah, man. Nah. This is way too shameful, y'all.
Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. Amen.
Okay. Chat, what do you think? Because I'm going to play that back. Okay. I'm going to play that back. What is going on here? Is this, some people are saying she's a DEI priestess. Is that what you're going to call her? Is she a DEI priestess? Because I don't understand why you would talk about illegal. There's something called the Constitution, okay? And, you know, the Bible says, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Jesus actually said that when, you know, I think Peter or Paul was like, what are we going to do? He said, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. The Constitution is the law of the land. Okay? Constitution is the law of the land. Illegal immigration is unconstitutional. So what is that? What is that? Nah, man. Yeah, we can't take that. Nah. Nobody can take that right there. We got to listen to that one more time. Let's see.
And transgender children in.
As soon as she said,
we're scared now.
and her tone was so relaxed. She was so calm, cool, and collected. I'm gonna say it wasn't appropriate timing. It wasn't supposed to be. It's supposed to be another preacher. That was a prayer. Dana says, "Was that a prayer?" All right, we're gonna listen to this one more time. Okay, this is just wow.
And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and trans children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues.
So this is a priestess talking about they pay taxes. How does she know they pay taxes? She's directly trying to humiliate President Trump because he's already made it clear that he's going to deport illegal immigrant. So she's saying illegal immigrant, just because they don't have papers doesn't make them criminals. They're part of our society. They pay taxes. They pick our crops. She's basically going against what he said he's going to do. He is the commander in chief. He was voted in by 77 million plus Americans. One all swing state. And she's here. She's supposed to be preaching and praying. And she's talking about politics. Come on. A lot of people are saying she might be, what do you call it? In the community, I guess. Because what does this have to do with anything? They pay taxes. How do you know they pay taxes? Is she an IRS agent?
Wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world. Amen.
What? That was actually a prayer. Now, this is what people would say. She is a DEI priestess. This is what people are saying, okay? This ain't me. What is she talking about? What does all of what she just said right now have to do with praying for the president, the country? What is that? This is supposed to be a prayer service. And she said all of that, and then she said, Amen. Whew. It's about to be something this next 4 years, y'all.
Once again, that was from earlier today.
What is her name? We need to go check if she has a wife.
Amen.
Once again, that was from earlier today.
She looks like Ellen DeGeneres. Dana said that was no prayer there. What is her name? Somebody put her name in the chat. What is her name? And we need to figure out if she is married. Or maybe not.
Where Bishop Budd making those remarks, and now it is making a lot of news here. Once again, that was from earlier today, where Bishop Budd.
What's her name? We need to figure out her name, man. We need to go figure out her name. We need to go figure out her name. Somebody said Miss Wolf. We need to go figure out her name. Because what was that?
What did you think of the sermon? What did you think of the
What did you think of the service?
What did you think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it?
Yeah. Yeah, that right there was like, mm-mm. So just shut Tom Holman down. I mean, there's no point for Tom Holman anymore. Tom Holman shouldn't be doing whatever he's doing because, the priestess said there's no point deporting anybody. Shout out to the priestess. Oh, we already sent this guy. We already sent this guy right here. No. We ain't going back. Finish.
First up this morning for President Trump on his.
Nah, we ain't going back here. Nah. Too many BS going on right here, man. Too many BS. What is going on, y'all? I think CNN also. Okay, I think they have something to say about this. Listen. Okay.
The culture of contempt that has become normalized in this country threatens to destroy us. We need God's help.
Service.
What did you think?
Oh, it's the same. It's the same thing. I just don't understand why that was even brought up in a prayer. Okay. I just don't understand why. Too sad. Absolutely sad. Okay, Tom Holman.
President Trump signing a stack of executive orders yesterday, making good on a major campaign promise.
Here we go. I think she's worried about not showing mercy to people who maybe deserve mercy. You're a bad faith grifter. Cosmo. Zara wasn't even gonna let you stay. Oh, he's saying the same thing. You're just typing the same thing, G. Type something else. You don't have to type the same thing. I get you, okay? I'm the bad person, okay? Yeah, I'm the problem you have in your life. I get it. Okay. I get it.
Tackling illegal immigration. Let's bring in the new border czar to the president, Tom Homan, also the former acting ICE director. So, Tom, we were expecting, based on your initial schedule, that today roundups of criminal illegal aliens and the process of deporting them would begin. That seems to have been put on hold for a little while. When can we expect that to happen? Where will it begin?
No, it started.
It has started.
ICE teams are out there as of today. We gave them the direction to prioritize public safety threats that we're looking for. So we've been working up the target list. There was some discussion about Chicago because the specific operational plan was released. So we had to look at and reevaluate, does this raise officer safety concerns? And it does. Mm-hmm. But we've addressed that, and teams are out there effective today.
So critics were saying, okay, you're going to round up people's abuela, their grandmother, and ship them back to where they emigrated from. Who are the people that you're targeting, at least in this initial phase?
Right out of the gates, public safety threats. Those who are in the country illegally that's been convicted or arrested for a serious crime. But let me be clear. It's not only public safety threats that will be arrested, because in sanctuary cities, we're not allowed to get that public safety threat in the jail, which means we got to go to the neighborhood and find him. And when we find him, he may be with others. And unlike the last administration, we're not going to tell ICE officers not to arrest an illegal alien. So if they find others, they'll be arrested. So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the neighborhood and more collateral arrests.
Yeah. President Trump signed a number of executive orders, as we pointed out, on illegal immigration. Here's what he signed. He declared a national border emergency, ended birthright citizenship, ended catch and release, reinstated remain in Mexico, designated cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, deployed active troops to the southern border, and end the use of the CBP One app, which many people were using to schedule interviews to claim asylum here in the United States. I want to take a couple of those, but let's first of all go with this idea of ending birthright citizenship. It's enshrined in the 14th Amendment. How, with an executive order, can the president change that?
Well, first of all, President Trump's a game changer. Every one of the executive orders we worked on, and these are game changers. This is going to give us the most secure border in my lifetime. So great for him to do that. Birthright citizenship is a major driver of illegal immigration. I know I've done this over 3 decades. One of the first things an illegal alien does when they get here is get birth to U.S. citizen child, because I think that makes him immune from our laws, right? So even if he goes to immigration court and loses his case, even though he's in the country illegally, he's convicted of a crime and gets to order removal, they think that the fact to have a U.S. citizen child would make him immune. We can't send that message to the whole world that you can enter our country illegally, which is a crime, you commit another crime, and you can even get removed by an immigration judge after expensive due process. But if you have a U.S. citizen child, you're off the hook. We can't send that message. We'll never fix the border.
Right, but the 14th Amendment does not differentiate between somebody who's in this country legally or illegally.
I'm not an attorney, but I don't think the 14th Amendment enshrines that at all. We have just as many legal scholars, constitutional scholars, say it doesn't really say that. So what President Trump is taking that action, we'll let Supreme Court decide that.
It's definitely going to go to the Supreme Court. I don't think there's any question of that. Designating the cartels in Mexico and elsewhere as foreign terrorist organizations. This is something that previous administrations have resisted doing because of the potential impact with the Mexican government. What tools does that give you that you don't have now to go after these cartels?
Well, first of all, I've been pushing for this for a long time because these terrorist the criminal cartels in Mexico have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined, right? Record number of sex trafficking women and children, but the drugs, the fentanyl, killed over 250,000 Americans. So they need to be terrorist organizations. But that puts a whole weight of the United States government on them. Not only are we just going to deal with the operations of Mexico, but the Jalisco cartels in 43 countries around the world. So we'll work with other world leaders to attack this cartel all over the world and bring them to their knees. It has to be done.
So we've got some more violence, this time on the northern border. Border Patrol agent David Malan was killed. The acting DHS Secretary, Benjamin Huffman, said this: a Border Patrol agent assigned to the U.S. Border Patrol's Swanton sector was fatally shot in the line of duty. This incident is being swiftly investigated, and DHS will release additional information as soon as it becomes available. We've been focused so much on the southern border, but we've also, here at Fox, talked about the northern border. But this is something the Biden administration basically ignored for 4 years.
Yeah, the crossings in the northern border, especially in that area where the officer was killed, the crossings are up 600% of special interest aliens. We got a lot of people from India, Pakistan, Turkey, people that can afford to go to Mexico and sneak across the northern border, which is much easier. For the agent, my heart breaks. My 3.5 decades, I buried Border Patrol agents, I buried ICE agents, and it's a sad day for all of us. And so, God bless his family, and we'll help them through that. But a terrible northern border is.
Tom Homan, he's ready. He's been ready for a long time. There is no conversation about that. He has been ready for a long time. And as soon as he was introduced as the border czar, people said his face looks like the border wall. I mean, this man ain't playing around. It's nice, boo.
I was just trying to fix that up.
You want to fix it?
Yeah, but I already fixed it right there.
Okay, finish it up. You can get a snack. Tom Homan, yeah, they're not playing with Tom Homan. He is not playing around. Tom Homan is not playing around. Now, a lot of people are saying that the billions of dollars that he needs to get the deportation going may cause inflation. But it's like, you see what's been going on in New York, across the country. Lake and Riley. Okay, there's been a lot of BS going on. So, it has to be done because it is a national security issue. Like, you have to protect the homeland. Okay, if you are an American, okay, if you were born here or you became an American citizen through naturalization, you came in here legally, okay, you got checked by Homeland Security, you went through USCIS, you took the test, the exam, you waited your turn to become a United States citizen. Your priority should be protecting America, respecting America, loving America, okay? It is what it is, all right? I love America, man. I mean, I don't know, like, some people, Genesis, you're a sellout. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Not love the United States? I love the United States, dog. Sorry.
It's not going to be underlooked by the Trump administration. We realize they're understaffed. We realize that the numbers are up 600%. So we're going to address that along the southwest border.
Right. And we'll be talking with Paul Perez, the head of the National Border Patrol Council, about that as well. He was one of, Halen was one of his his members. So let me just come back to where we started. So roundups are happening today. Can you tell us where and how many people?
Not roundups.
Or deportations? Well, how would you characterize it?
Targeted enforcement operation. When we target the public safety threats, we know exactly who we're looking for. Pretty good idea where they're at. We even know sometimes who lives in household with them.
Okay, so give us the scope of what's happening today, and if you can tell us where it's happening.
It's happening all over the country. I can't tell you specific locations because of officer safety concerns, but ICE officers throughout the country were told today, go make arrests of those here illegally that have a public safety problem, public safety threat. So they've developed target sheets, an operational plan that they go out in the field, the whole team goes, 5 or 6 guys go on a team for officer safety reach, cover the back door, cover the front door.
Yep.
So they're out there right now looking for the most serious public safety threats throughout the country. We're putting them back to work.
And how many of those serious public health, serious public safety threats do you think will be apprehended today?
Have no idea, but we have over 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this country. That's what we're looking for right now.
All right. Well, as soon as you can get us statistics, we'd appreciate it.
You got it.
Tom Homan, man, it is up and going. So a lot of people say, well, Trump is going to deport you. He's going to deport you. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. Look, he said this in the White House yesterday. He said, this is something a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't understand that the United States actually needs legal immigration. If you don't know, Elon Musk was born in Pretoria, South Africa. But guess what? He is an asset to the United States. He loves the United States. There are a lot of people. The president's wife, Melania Trump, is or wasn't born in the United States. A lot of people, okay? The founder of NVIDIA wasn't born in the United States, okay? So it's like everybody needs to start understanding how this works. Just because you were not born in the United States doesn't mean you cannot become an American citizen. And if you only come in here through the proper channels, if you come in here, you fly in here, of course, or however you come in here, but you have to come in legally. Let Homeland Security check you out. Go through USCIS. Do the necessary things that you need to do. Of course, you are allowed to become a United States citizen. Matter of fact, USCIS wants you to become a United States citizen. Because United States is so huge that they need workers, they need inventors, they need doctors, they need engineers, they need creators. They need these people. But you are not just going to come in here illegally. There are people waiting in line. I told you it took me 5 years to become a United States citizen. I told you I took exams, tests. And I'm proud to be American. I know it hurts. A lot of people, damn, this man is an American. Damn, we'll let him be an American. Yeah. They messed around and made me an American because I love this country. And I'm going to keep talking about America because I love America. If you don't love America, that's your problem.
President Trump is attending a national prayer service at the National Cathedral in Washington.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Not like America, not love America? I love America, man. I'm sorry. If you think I'm not supposed to love America, why would I not love America? I've met a lot of Americans that were born here and they're like, this country is bad. This country, I hate this country. I'm like, bro, you were born in the greatest country in the world. And they're like, oh, look at you. You think this is the greatest country in the world? Have you been to Australia? Have you been to Switzerland? Have you been to this and that? So why are you here? Leave then. You can't leave because you can't even survive in these other countries that you're talking about. And when I meet people that look like me, they talk about, I want to go back to Africa. You cannot survive, dog. You better stay here and eat your McDonald's because I'm coming from there. I tell you that much. You cannot survive. Enjoy your Chick-fil-A. Okay. Enjoy your McDonald's. All right. Enjoy your Wendy's. Enjoy your fast food because you think it's sweet. It ain't sweet out here, bro.
Me here with my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Emily Campagno. Also joining us, Kaylee McGee-White, editor-in-chief of the Independent Women's Features and Journalism Fellow for the Steamboat Institute, and Steve Hilton, Fox News contributor and founder of Golden Together. All of us fresh back from D.C. All right, well, President Trump got right to work on Inauguration Day to usher in what he called a golden age of America. Check out whitehouse.gov yesterday, and it got a Trump update proclaiming that America is back. And there was a video just before. Now, thousands from all over the country descended on D.C. to witness this historic return to the White House. And Trump wasted no time signing sweeping and historic executive orders for all of America to see. There he is. President Trump had a little bit of fun throwing some of the official pens he used into the crowd at his rally. The list of executive orders he signed just hours into his presidency rolled back Biden's most controversial and unpopular policies and kicked off Trump's agenda. Now, some of these included declaring a state of emergency at our southern border, putting a federal freeze on hiring, ordering federal workers to return to the office in person 5 days a week, declaring that the federal government would only recognize two genders, withdrawing from the WHO. He called that a big one. And once again,
yes, he did.
Pulling the United States out of the Paris Climate Agreement, a move that drew major cheers from the crowd.
Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty.
Emily, and I was looking at the clock when I joined Jesse last night, right as this was happening. And I was like, it's been 8 hours.
Shout out to, I like replying pleasant gift because, like I said, that person is actually a very thoughtful person. But the first question was, your selfish is keeping in line, Genesis. I'm sorry, I skipped you, but I can't even, if I didn't try to mention me, if you want me to read your comment. Shout out to Zyra's Garden, shout out to Dana. Pleasant gift, where are you? He or she says, which do you love more, Nigeria or America? Love more? I don't think. I live in the United States, so I love the United States. Of course, I love Nigeria as well, but which do you love more? That is like a trick question because which do you love more? Now, it's like, what do I miss? The food here is nice, but because my taste bud was brought up with actual cooking, not like going to fast food and eating something quick. I mean, you could cook here if you wanted, but like it's different. You know, the food, the way we like cook our food is different, and we don't back home. We don't eat like too many processed foods. Okay, so it's different. It's different. I would say I miss the food, but there are so many market here that you could buy food here and like making your home. Somebody says your heart is in Nigeria, but you love USA. Actually, my heart is in the United States. I'm telling you, I was not really involved with country love like I am here. The United States just gives you this. You just want to be a part of it. I don't know if I can explain this to y'all. Like in Nigeria, you have to know somebody that knows somebody that gives you that. But in the United States, just get your credit together. Okay. Get your credit together. All right. Figure out insurance and try to get a nice income, and your life will drastically change. Matter of fact, just get your credit together first. Like, get your credit together. You're Gucci. Okay. But like, first of all, the United States is like 250 years old. So it's like Nigeria is like 66 years old. Nigeria is a baby compared to the United States. 247. So the United States is going towards 250 years old. Nigeria is a baby, like I said, close to the United States. But the United States just makes you feel like you're part of something great and you want to be a part of it. Like I'm telling you, like I was saying, I wanted to join. I may still join the National Guard or the Reserve. That's how much I love the United States. Like, it makes you want to be a part of it. I don't know if you feel what I'm saying. Only people who actually love the United States understand what I'm saying. Like, you want to be a part of it because it's unique. The idea is like you could become anything, man. It's different. It's different. It is absolutely different. I can tell you. I can't tell you what that feeling is. Is just you just love it. You don't want to not have this feeling about a country. I've never felt this way before about a country. Okay. Somebody says, "How old are you?" I'm 29 years old. You know, you want to be a part of it. Like, I was born in Nigeria, but I don't want to join the army in Nigeria. Yeah, no. But I mean, I love Nigeria, but I could get a tattoo that says USA, but I could never get a tattoo that says Nigeria. I know that may be like bad. I don't even have tattoos. I don't want to get tattoos. But if I wanted to get a tattoo, I might just get USA. That's how much I love the United States.
36 minutes to be absolutely precise since he's been president, and he's said more in 8 hours and 36 minutes than Biden has said to the press in 8 months. I mean, to watch him signing EOs, making major changes to the government, and in between fielding questions from a hostile press corps, it really was something.
I mean, it's incredible. And that one of those EOs undid 78 of President Biden's. Like the amplification, the enormity of the volume of work that this president puts forth, how true to his word he is just incredible. And I personally, being there as we all were, I loved how engaged he was with all of his supporters that were there. The fact that he signed so many there in the arena with everyone cheering and clapping and supporting. It felt like the Super Bowl times a million, and we are all on one team. And it was the most positive, cordial, respectful, joyful experience I've ever been a part of, where everyone together was truly recognizing that not only is this the dawn of this golden age, but how quickly things are actually getting done. That these EOs and that these all of these laws and withdrawals and the like, they are making a difference immediately. And that's what we're going to see right away, is the impact.
You know, Steve, Peter Doocy got, I think, the moment of this, freewheeling press interaction when he asked President Trump, have you gotten a letter from Biden? He just stumbled upon it in the moment. Watch this.
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
What does it say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That's great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I mean, he just should have read it right then and there.
I know. It's just amazing. I mean, I think we all just lost for words in a way, not just because we've barely had any sleep, but it is just amazing. And just to pick up on that part of it, it just shows how comfortable he is in that role from the minute he's back. And actually, for me, the moment when he sat behind that desk, that's when it really sunk in. He's back. America's back. He's the president, but he's so comfortable both in terms of the way he behaves and the relaxed manner, but also in terms of using power to good effect, as Emily was laying out. It is absolutely magnificent to watch this in action. And I think everyone is just so enthused by it. It's providing inspiration, I think. You've felt that all through Washington, D.C. And to me, it feels so deeply American. Everything about it, the showmanship, the swagger, the confidence, the ambition, it's so American. And because he's got this fierce patriotism, that really shows.
Harris, something else that's very American is the First Amendment, the freedom of the press corps. And let's take a wide shot of the Oval Office right now. This was yesterday during the signing. And you see the White House press corps surrounding the Oval Office desk.
Wow.
I mean, the pitch of the White House press corps as they're screaming, they're almost excited, Harris, because they finally
a president who actually answers questions, who is open. This is his first night being the president of the United States. I mean, why would you not be inspired, man? Why?
Finally have someone answering their questions. I mean, you can't say this man doesn't give access.
Well, that's true. I liken it, though, to being in a lifeboat and you need a captain. And we were definitely in a lifeboat type of situation under Biden with the border, the economy, inflation, all of it. And now there's a captain at the helm who can get us to the shore. Have you ever heard of the Senior Executive Service Agency? I had never heard of that. 7,000 employees just got cut because he wants to know. You know what their job is? Efficiency. Wow. We didn't know what it was, but that was their job. And I was reading that 7,753 career SES employees, and their salaries range from about $80,000 up to $246,000, with many of them in that 150 to 200 range, from what I'm reading. Why does that matter? Because even before DOJ can really make its mark and get credit for it, they've been talking about this behind the scenes. And, I agree with the thinking that he started the minute he lost that last election. And he's had 4 years to think about, how am I going to fix what Biden's going to break? And he was right. Biden was breaking us.
Kaylee, speaking of Biden, we were covering a lot yesterday on the air, and the focus was Trump. But this kind of went under the radar. This was Biden's final remarks before leaving D.C. Watch this.
The point I want to make today is to make clear my farewell address, as we all do have more to do. We have a lot more to do. If you heard the inaugural address today, we got a lot more to do.
He has a lot more to do. I mean, is he aware he's not the president? And how's he going to do the lot more he has to do?
Man, Joe Biden, it just hurts to listen to Joe Biden like that. I'm not even going to cap. It hurts to listen to Joe Biden like that. I mean, I wish he was never the president of the United States, or the 46th president of the United States. It's just hard to listen to him like that. It's sad. Too sad. That's going to be his legacy.
Yeah, no, thank you, Joe Biden. You have done quite enough. And I think that is the message that the American public made very clear, including yesterday when Trump began signing his executive orders and you had this thunderous applause as action was beginning to be taken. And it was amazing that the executive order that got the most applause from the crowd, both within the Capitol Rotunda and later at the Capital One Arena, was this executive order laying out that there are two biological sexes. And it is wild to think that just simply stating that biological reality is enough to gain a standing ovation from the crowd. But it just goes to show how crazy our politics and our culture has become over the past 4 years.
Day one is not even in office yet. Is not even in the Oval Office. Is signing executive orders right there in the Capital One Arena. Absolutely stunning. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. Promises made, promises kept. On day one, actually, on night one. It's not even like he's not even in the White House yet. This is why I voted for Trump. This is why I voted for Trump. This is why. A lot of people said so many things about me, like, Genesis, you are a coon, you are an immigrant, you came in here, you read, you studied, you became an American citizen, and you're voting for that guy. He is racist. He's this. No, actually do your due diligence, okay? Do your due diligence. Read his book. Read his history, okay? Back in the 80s and 90s, this guy, rappers, 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, all of these guys were putting this guy in their music. They were praising him in their music. He funded the Democratic politicians. They went over to him to get funding. He funded them. The moment he said he's going to become the next president in 2015, 2016, all of a sudden he was the bad guy. The View, Whoopi Goldberg, she loved this guy. He did her movie for free. All of a sudden, he became the bad guy. This guy was known as the American Dream in the 80s. Matter of fact, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, early 2000s. He was the definition of the American dream. All of a sudden, he says, maybe I'm going to become the next president because I'm tired of this BS. He now is a racist, bad person, corrupt, bad, very, very unethical, just because he is a patriot. That's bad. Two worse.
And this executive order really is worth reading in full, but I just want to note one of the really important points that it makes is it not only specifies that radical gender ideology has done significant harm to women's spaces, women's privacy in particular, but that it has really wreaked havoc on our society as at large by making us deny a very basic truth about who we are and after the image that we were created in. And it's really a compelling order, and I'm very glad to see the Trump administration take this significant step back towards truth.
He often said on the rallies.
And this is what people say. People say he's filed for bankruptcy 3 times. Matter of fact, if you're doing business with someone who has filed bankruptcy 3 times, don't you think that person now has an idea of what a failed company looks like? To even win in this world, you have to fail. You fail your way forward. To win, you have to fail. To rise, you have to fall. Like, when do we become this person that, or these people that, oh, he's filed for bankruptcy, so he's a failure? You've had 3 marriages and nobody's crying. Oh, he's this, is that. Like, you fail, you get up, you fail, you get up, you get effed up and you get up. You get your butt up, you dust your feet and keep going. You know what I say? You fall down 7, get up 8. You get up 8, yo. So what? We're supposed to say he's a bad person because he's filed for bankruptcy 2, 3 times? No. No wonder he's successful. No wonder he has buildings, properties around the United States. And around the world, actually, frankly.
Stage, the idea that the biological men are.
And shout out to, what's his name? Let me go find his name. Titan. God bless you. Thank you for the super chat. Titan says, flex on the brokies. Christ is king. There you have it. Titan says, flex on the brokies. Christ is king. God bless you, my brother.
Men and women are women. If I would have said that to you 8 years ago, you all would have thought I was crazy. But here we are. And he's not crazy, and he won the election.
Exactly. 2 genders, men and women. Okay. Ooh, what is going on here?
We're happy to take any questions you have.
Trump is going to be speaking at 4. Oh, wait. It's 4. Why isn't he speaking? Is somebody calling my phone? You guys are awesome, man. That's all I can tell y'all. You guys are the best. You guys are so, so awesome. Thank you for being here. What else? What else do you want us to talk about? What is this? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and join the membership of the channel, okay? If you like what you see, you like the conversations, join the membership, okay? The link is in the chat. I'll put it in the description as well. But the link is in the chat, okay? Join the memberships. God bless you guys. All right, next. Let's go. I feel good today, man. God is great.
Well, we saw hundreds of pardons issued throughout Inauguration Day yesterday from both President Trump and former President Biden. David Spunt is live at the Justice Department with more details. David.
Hi, Emily. Good afternoon. 2 presidents signing controversial pardons, one moments before leaving office, the other just a few hours after taking office. 2 now former President Biden with the announcement of pardoning 5 members of his family. The announcement came from the White House about 20 minutes before the oath of office was taken by President Donald Trump, literally in the final moments. Biden's brothers Frank, James, sister Valerie, their 2 spouses pardoned for any nonviolent offense as far back as 20.
I mean, think about it. Man, come on, guys. You guys want to say Trump is the bad guy. Frank Biden, James Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, General Mark Milley, Fauci. Like, come on, man. And Trump is the bad person? Liz Cheney? Oh my goodness.
2014. Earlier yesterday, Biden also pardoned General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, members of the January 6th committee, including former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. In a statement, President Biden said the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that they engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. Hours later, President Trump signed his own controversial pardons, approximately 1,500, wiping the slate clean for those who were outside and stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021. The pardons released those from prison, some who physically attacked police officers. Trump also commuted the sentences of 14 people, including the top leaders of the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys included. Now, Emily, then Vice President-elect J.D. Vance told our colleague Shannon Bream on Fox News Sunday a couple of weeks ago that those should not be pardoned for committing any violent acts against police officers. And Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi, who has yet to be confirmed, said she also condemns any violence against police officers. Back to you.
David Spunt, thank you. All right, Steve Hilton, what do you make of Biden's pardons?
Well, first of all, I'd like to contrast them. There's a very simple and clear difference. The Trump pardon, whatever you think of them, it's the delivery of an election promise. He said he would do this in pretty much every rally. He's doing what he said. Biden said he would never do anything like this.
He lied.
It's the exact opposite. Trump is doing what he said. Biden is doing the opposite of what he said, and it's par for the course with him. And the further point with this corrupt family, I mean, there are years of corruption, exploiting public office for personal financial gain. Of course it's an admission of guilt, but the facts are already there. And actually it goes back beyond 2014. So I would say, watch out. I think that they need to be made an example of, because the way that the Bidens have had their snouts in the trough for so long is totally undermines faith in our democracy. Of course it's true that, lots of people in Washington do this, but they do it more. 50 years they've been at this, the whole family enriched by public service. And so it's incredibly important that this doesn't let that just slide away.
Well, Harris, President Trump tore into Biden over those last-minute pardons. Take a watch.
I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. During my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously. That makes him look very guilty. I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. And I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty.
Yeah, he took the whole party down with him too, Biden, because now they're tainted with the legacy that they have to clean up on aisle 7. Now they know how the press secretary used to feel. But, what happened in 2014? I want to know more about even previous. What is he protecting everybody from knowing? And could they still do an investigation? Look, it's never too late to do something great. Maybe you can't legally go after them.
But there's a very specific answer, if I may, on the Fauci. Mm-hmm. That is the year that Fauci commissioned the bat coronavirus research that led to the pandemic. And that was the year that the Obama administration banned that kind of research, and Fauci went around the ban.
Wow.
Copy. Well, for the record, this is only obviously pardons of federal crimes, so states have at it. All right, guys, well, I want to get this in. So back in December of 2020, as former President Biden was preparing to take office, remember that he expressed concern that Trump might issue a wave of preemptive pardons to family members. Reminder.
Well, it concerns me in terms of what kind of precedent it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice. Look, our Justice Department is going to operate independently on those issues, that how to respond to any of that. I'm not going to be telling them what they have to do and don't have to do. It's not my Justice Department. It's the people's Justice Department. In terms of the pardons, you're not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons.
So first of all, pot calling the kettle black, Kaylee, but also I note that in the narrative, even today in the left-wing media, it has said that the reason President Biden did that is not of an admission of guilt. No, it's because of the acknowledgement, the expectation that President Trump would wield the Justice Department as a weapon of lawfare.
So,
the irony.
Exactly. So basically, they're worried about Trump doing exactly what they did to him and his family. And again, it's the blatant dishonesty from Biden here that is so unsettling. And, you know, the news of these pardons came out as Trump was getting ready to swear in. And I was watching this unfold as the news came out. And I sat there watching it, and I was almost getting emotional because I realized what we had been spared from for another 4 years. And these pardons were such a mask-off moment from the Biden family and from the Biden administration that this is genuinely how he perceives his position and his power. He does not believe that he's constrained by the rule of law. He does not believe that he has to worry about the consequences of his actions, except insofar as they affect himself. And again, like his random declaration that we have a 28th Amendment is another great example of this. He believed that he was a unilateral authority, and he did not care who was affected by it. And I really do believe that if his administration had gotten another 4 years without having to worry about any political or social constraints, such as winning re-election, it would have been a bad 4 years for this country.
Yeah, so let's chat about these January 6th committee members who got pardons from Biden. Okay, so I collected some receipts. Liz Cheney said, as you will see, Scott Perry requested a pardon from Trump. Scott Perry vehemently denied it, but the inference there is something was nefarious about it. So she gets a pardon, but she's calling out someone else. Then you go over to none other than Adam Schiff, who said, this precedent of giving blanket pardons is a precedent we don't want to see. Well, guess what? You got a pardon, Schiff. Guess who else got a pardon? Let's just throw them out like candy. Let's give one to Adam Kinzinger, who said, I only know of one reason to seek a pardon, because you were worried of guilt. This is what you all said to Republicans.
Exactly. Like, why would you? Thank you, Lord Jesus. That's all I can say. Because this right here is just mind blowing. I knew he was going to pardon Liz Cheney. I didn't know about, his entire family, but I knew he was going to pardon Liz Cheney. So now Liz Cheney is Gucci. She's good to go. Like, there's nothing. Too sad. Too sad. Absolutely sad.
Now you've received pardons. Look in the mirror.
Interesting.
Kettle, look at who's in the mirror. It's you who's called them out. And finally, I just want to say this. There are 21 pro-lifers that Biden put in prison. Innocent individuals who sang about Jesus Christ in front of an abortion clinic in a hallway, not in the clinic. It was a peaceful protest. We played it on this show. Those individuals should be receiving pardons. We are a week ahead of the March for Life, and I hope that the Trump administration deeply considers these peaceful Christians in a peaceful protest who were persecuted by President Biden. They should be.
Everybody's getting the pardon at this point because Biden has done pardon his son, pardon Liz Cheney, pardon all his family members. Of course.
The Department of Homeland Security has issued a memo to repeal limits on ICE agents, which had been imposed by Mayorkas. Border Czar Tom Homan joins me now. All right, Tom, am I right in saying that this frees up ICE agents to go into schools, hospitals, and other institutions to arrest illegals?
Well, again, the officers have a great deal of discretion depending on the location. A sensitive location would be, they need approval from a supervisor of that station and with its current SAC or FOD office. So there's still some approvals going on, but there's not a blanket, saying we can't go in these locations at all. But there's going to be a process put in place where there is discretion used, but it's decided by a higher level ICE officer to make sure we're doing the right thing. It has to be a significant public safety threat, a significant national security threat to do something like that.
If and when ICE went into a school to arrest someone, that would be highly contentious, wouldn't it?
Well, absolutely. But then again, what's our national security worth? Yep. I mean, if we had a national security vulnerability that we know is a national security risk and we got to walk on a college campus to get them, that's something we have to do.
President Trump declared a state of emergency at the border. Watch this.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my
remain in Mexico policy. I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks.
So, Tom, as
on the first speech, he's already doing exactly what he said he was going to do. This is why I voted for Trump, and 77 million Americans voted for him as well. This is why he won all swing state. This is why. Because they know he is exactly what he says he is. He will do exactly what he says he will do. That was his first speech after getting sworn in. First speech. Incredible.
As of now, has the flow of migrants at the border stopped?
No, they're down significantly, but we also will repeal, another action was repealing CBP-1 that brought thousands of people to port of entries. And once we stop that, I'm sure many of those folks will be tempted to cross between the port of entry. So that's why he declared national emergency. The numbers the Biden administration have been putting out is just simply false. There's still thousands enter this country every day, but they divide them in three buckets, Stuart. You got the ones that Border Patrol catch between the port of entry. You got the thousands through the CBP-1 app, that's an illegal program. You got thousands through the CHNV program. So, declaring a state of emergency is the right thing to do, especially since we got 2.2 million known gotaways through the Biden administration that we don't know who they are, where they came from, and we got to seek them out too. So the emergency declaration was the right thing to do.
If that the CAP CBP-1 app, if that's no longer functioning, that's got to mean that the flow has really stopped. There's people flying over the border instead of going across it. They're flying over it. That's stopped, right? That's a big deal.
Absolutely. CBP-1 app, that was an app that was created for legal trade between the countries, but they used that to bring in thousands of people through the port of entries. That has stopped.
Any deportations scheduled for today that you know of?
Look, ICE officers starting today are doing their job that they haven't been allowed to do for 4 years. So they're out looking for public safety threats. The president's been clear, I've been clear, that right out of the gate, we're looking for public safety threats. ICE agents are out there doing that now.
As you go around the country, is it popular, what you're doing?
A vast majority of Americans are appreciating that President Trump is finally taking our border security serious, and that the illegal alien crime crisis in this country is going to be addressed by arresting those who are a public safety threat to the communities. But before
I am inspired. I feel like I wasn't played. I feel like my decision to vote for Trump was actually legit. This was what he promised, and this is what we're getting. Promises made, promises kept. This is the product that he said was going to happen. It is snowing, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm in Georgia.
Before I stop, just a shout out to the fallen agent. Stuart, I buried Border Patrol agents and ICE agents throughout my career, and every time this happens, it's a sad day for America. So God bless his family and the sacrifice he made.
It is a sad day indeed.
May so rest in peace, man. Thank you to all the law enforcement, ICE agent, the military, veterans. Thank you so much for all you do. Shout out to Tom Holman one more time, man. It's about the border, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to bring in Texas Department of Public Safety Lieutenant Christopher Olivares. And Lieutenant, I want to get your reaction to this, because can you tell us about what similar preparations Texas has been making? We saw Governor Abbott at the Capitol yesterday, and President Trump made a very big deal about the fact that Abbott and Texas were going to be a key piece of the immigration crackdown going forward.
Absolutely, Cheryl. Good morning. Great to be with you. We've been preparing for the last 4 years. When Governor Abbott first launched, Operation Lone Star, our border mission, and we have not we continue to remain proactive. Even though illegal border crossings have been down in the last year, we still have our state troopers, National Guard soldiers deployed at the border. We're still building infrastructure. As a matter of fact, yesterday during the inauguration, Governor Abbott directed more additional water buoys to be placed in the river in Eagle Pass, Texas, which was being done right now. So we still continue to maintain our operations on the border. And I think now that we have an ally with the federal government, with the new administration, it's going to be more beneficial to the state of Texas and to the country, because now we are much stronger together working with the federal government, who will now support what we're doing on the border. We don't have to worry about any type of legal challenges that we're facing back with the outgoing administration, where they were constantly fighting our governor, fighting what we're doing through lawsuits, legal battles. Now we can actually focus on border security and continue to work with the federal government with this new administration.
Okay, so the fact that the CBP-1 app was shut down, the fact that Remain in Mexico is now back in place, I want to ask you if that helps you, but also the fact that they've now declared the U.S.-Mexico border a national emergency. Does that shift in the law or the shift in the language, does that actually assist you on day one?
Well, it does. And I'll go to your first question about the CBP-1 app. I think that in itself is something that the outgoing administration should have not been put in the first place. You have tens of thousands of migrants that are right now currently in transit that are waiting in Mexico that had appointments. And really, the outgoing administration provided a false sense of hope to those migrants, not knowing what the actual consequences were going to be, continuing to release migrants that were inadmissible through the parole process, which was completely done against the law. So that in itself, the outgoing administration should hold some responsibility for that and should answer to that. But of course, right now, they're not looking back. They're not looking at those migrants that are currently in limbo right now. So that remains to be seen. But I think that in itself is going to help deter some of that flow, or those that are trying to make their way to the United States, knowing that now they cannot cross through the use of an app. So it's going to be much more stiffer consequences. And going back now to the national emergency, that provides much more authority now at the federal level, which is something we've been wanting for the last 4 years. Currently, with our operations and now with this national emergency, it's going to provide us more manpower, more support at the federal level, with even U.S. soldiers working with our National Guard soldiers. That in itself is going to be a force multiplier. It's going to provide much more security to the border, so we are looking forward to that.
I was going to ask you about that, because part of what Trump did is he actually gave the defense secretary, which, to be clear, there's only an acting defense secretary right now because Pete Hegseth has not finished the confirmation process. He gave the defense secretary 10 days to provide a plan for U.S. troops to help seal the border. Do you know anything more about what those plans could be?
I don't, Cheryl, but if I can, pretty much if it's what's been taking place right now, we do have U.S. soldiers that are currently working with Border Patrol agents. They're able to gather intelligence, help Border Patrol identify any threats along the border. I think if we have more soldiers that are able to provide a much larger footprint across the border by gathering intelligence, working with not only federal authorities, but also with our National Guard soldiers, that will provide a much more robust border security operation. We have provided a blueprint in the last 4 years in Texas. It's now just up to the administration right now to kind of carry on with that blueprint that we have provided with border security, and while we continue to maintain our posture on the border.
I do want to ask you about some news that crossed yesterday. A U.S. border agent was shot and killed during a traffic stop in Vermont near the northern border. The FBI says 2 suspects were in that car. It was stopped. Now, one was dead. The other is injured and now in custody. Acting Homeland Security Secretary Benjamin Huffman said, quote, "Every single day our Border Patrol agents put themselves in harm's way so that Americans in our homeland are safe and secure." Lieutenant, I want to get your reaction to what happened yesterday.
Cheryl, yesterday was a great day for America with the inauguration and now with new leadership, but of course, a tragic day as well for Border Patrol agents, for the Border Patrol community, as we lost one of our own, brothers in green. Yeah. We work closely with Border Patrol. It's tragic when any law enforcement officer, especially a Border Patrol agent, is either assaulted or tragically killed, as this agent was killed yesterday. Really just shows how we really need to step up our border security efforts, really focus on those threats. And now with this new administration, the new leadership, with some of their focus, I think it remains to be very intentional. And they want to focus on those public safety threats to keep law enforcement safe, especially our border agents. So it's just very tragic. And I offer one of my condolences and my sincere sympathy and prayers to the family and to the Border Patrol community who have lost, one of their brothers in green. But again, we cannot let this happen to any law enforcement officer or soldier, anybody for that matter on the border. We need to protect them as much as possible. And I think now with this new leadership, we have we can actually do that now.
I would love to see the rates of divorce, alcoholism, and suicide in those ranks decrease under this president, as these Border Patrol officers now know that someone in Washington has their back. That is my wish for you and your colleagues. Lieutenant Christopher Oliveras, thank you, sir.
All right. I was being a daddy real fast. What's going on with China?
It's very simple. We're going to make our country great. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make America great again. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go.
Some of those orders include withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization, declaring a national energy emergency, restoring the federal death penalty, and protecting public safety. Now to the border, he declared it an emergency, ordered the wall to be built, ended catch and release, reinstated remain in Mexico, and classified drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. The CBP One app shut down. That fast-tracked, remember, migrants and their parole applications. I want to bring in Iowa Congresswoman Ashley Hinson. She's a member of the House Appropriations, China Select, and Republican Study Committees. Congresswoman, lots of questions for you. Good morning. But I want to start, since you're on the China Select Committee. I want to ask you about this. One of the EOs, he's instructing the Attorney General not to enforce the ban on TikTok for 75 days. There have been reports that President Trump wants to speak with Xi Jinping. We know they spoke last Friday, and he wants to go to China. I want to get your reaction to what this means for TikTok.
Yeah. Well, I certainly hope, and this was the intent of Congress, right, is really to protect American people. And we know the TikTok app, and I think you saw that in a very, very bipartisan vote on the bill that we passed to hold TikTok accountable. We want to make sure that they're not sharing Americans' information with the Chinese Communist Party. And so if they're willing to divest and they can clarify that for us, then I think that President Trump is certainly the person to negotiate deals. We know that. He certainly knows the art of the deal. So I look forward to having a conversation with him more. But again, this is about protecting the American people, and I'm hopeful that that is the ultimate outcome.
Okay, so do you think that this is a threat? Do you think that these are threats as far as additional tariffs on China to get Xi Jinping to come to the table on TikTok?
Yeah. Well, everybody needs leverage in these negotiations, and we have seen China take advantage of the American economy. They're building up their military at a rate we haven't seen in decades. And so we've got to stop sitting back and letting this happen to us. And I think that's what President Trump brings to the table is, again, this American strength. And to me, it seems common sense that when somebody has been walking all over you, you would be a little bit tough on them. And so I'm hopeful that those conversations are able to move forward. And again, nobody better to do that than our 47th president.
Yeah, negotiations, conversations. You know, he is expected to meet, by the way, with Senate Majority Leader John Thune and House Speaker Mike Johnson today. Meanwhile, these lawmakers are still trying to figure out the best way to pass his top agenda items. He still wants one big reconciliation bill. Some senators are looking for two bills, with border and energy going first and then a tax package happening later. Congresswoman, where do you stand on this debate? What is the best path forward for the House, given that you do have a slim majority?
Yeah. Well, certainly we have to have these conversations as a conference, and Speaker Mike Johnson is also going to be meeting with the president today, I know, and he's already been listening to our conference, which I think is the key here. We have a lot of different opinions here in Washington, D.C., but they've already been having a lot of listening sessions so we can make sure that all of our priorities as representatives are reflected in these bills. Look, I have had a number of conversations with counterparts across the rotunda. It seems to me that everybody believes whatever we can move forward with and whatever we can get the consensus on is the plan we should take, because the American people want this common sense revolution. They want American energy independence. They want lower taxes. They want less regulation and less government in their lives. And the only way we can do that is by, again, delivering on the mandate that we got for them. So I'm going to support whatever path forward we can come to consensus on. And I applaud our speaker for going and meeting with the president and for working across the rotunda so we can make sure we get this done.
Okay, so put your appropriations hat on next for me, Congresswoman, because, you know, Mike Johnson was on Meet the Press on Sunday. He was asked about the cost of the deportation of of millions of these illegal migrants, how this is all going to come down as far as, is it millions, is it billions of dollars? He pushed back against the interviewer, and he said the price tag on this mass deportation, whatever it is a small price to pay for the safety and security of Americans. This is something that will come up for debate in front of you.
Oh, absolutely. And I think if there's one thing I heard loud and clear out in Iowa, Iowans care about the safe border. They care about a safe country. And you heard Tom Homan talk about this, and he's done a great job. He's going to do a great job in helping execute this agenda. Everything we do is going to cost money here to make sure we're executing on the Trump agenda. But what I would say is the American people, there is no better value than safety and security in our communities. I don't think you can put a price on that. So we're going to have, obviously, conversations about how we offset some of those costs. Certainly what we saw was President Biden weaponize this asylum system. Are there ways where we can look at changing the legal immigration system to this country so that we can make that process better? We need to have those conversations, but first and foremost, the American people ask for a secure border, and I think a lot of people are ready for us to spend some money to get that done.
Right. Well, and how much money are you saving without operating the flights? There's so many pieces to what we've been seeing at the southern border financially. Those paid fors are actually, it looks like, getting reversed right now, and they are. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Welcome to the live show. Okay, I just saw a comment. Somebody said China has one military base outside of China. That is not true. That is not true. Okay. Maybe they used to have one, but no, they don't have one now. So go check that out, okay? Check that out. Okay, President Trump will be speaking today, and it is going to be fun, about AI.
I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release, and I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full...
When he gave this speech, I had goosebumps. I'm not even going to cap. I had goosebumps. When you guys watch your kids eat, does it make you feel good? Just watching my daughter eat now from here, it just makes me feel really good. And maybe because I actually made the food.
And immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
That was President Trump today's inaugural address. The President and the First Lady now arriving in the Capital One Arena. He attended the presidential parade. He's about to speak in moments. We want to get to Tom Homan first. Tom Homan, the national border czar, he joins us now. Can you talk to us, Tom, about how you say Democrats and the media are overreacting to Trump securing the border and deportations because Europe is cracking down on illegal immigration? Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Sweden, the UK. Can you talk to us more about the deportations coming tomorrow in sanctuary cities?
Look, the president's been clear that right out of the gate we're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. So I can't believe that any elected politician, I don't care what party you're from, why would you not want public safety threats out of your communities? I mean, that's your number one responsibility as an elected official, is the protection of the community. There's not specific sanctuary. The border saves lives, saves American lives and children. We got a record number of people on the terrorist watch list, a 3,500% increase on terrorist watch list, people coming across the border. Secure borders saves lives. When President Trump had illegal immigration on 90%, when 90% less people are coming, how many women weren't being sexually assaulted? How many women and children weren't trafficked? How many Americans didn't die because the border security? They didn't die of fentanyl. Secure borders save lives.
Do you feel like the American media is covering what you just said?
Absolutely not. This network does, Fox does, but most of the media does not. They've been covering up the border crisis. Look, not once have they spoken up about this out of control border, but they'll talk about the fentanyl deaths, but they won't talk about what causing that fentanyl deaths is out of control border. No, this has been a hidden story for 4 years. Thanks God for Fox News. They're the only network out there telling the truth.
Do you know what executive orders President Trump is about to sign?
Yes.
You're not going to tell us?
Well, look, he made it clear today on a few of them. He's going to remain in Mexico program back in. He's going to end catch and release. He's going to put a stop to the CBP-1 app that's been abused by people claiming asylum, fraudulent claims of asylum. And he's going to declare terrorist organization, drug cartels terrorist organization, which he should, because the drug cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. So these are a few things he's going to sign, and hats off to it's going to be a game changer in this administration. We're going to secure the border at the highest level ever. We're going to do it better than we did the last time, if you can believe it.
You know, it's complete. The border has been a complete disaster under Biden. The border officials say that 650,000 estimated criminal felons, murderers, rapists, kidnappers, robbers crossing the border over the last 40 years. You think you can get them all out via deportations?
We'll give it every bit of might we got. And let's not forget, we got over 2 million known gotaways. We don't know where they come from, who they are, why they came here. I guarantee a lot of them are bad people because they wanted to get away. They didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. So these are going to be a lot of bad guys. So we got plenty of criminals to look for that are loose in the streets of the United States because this administration chose to unsecure the most secure border we ever had under President Trump.
And made Americans feel less safe.
There you have it. But I just want to read you a list of executive orders that this man already signed. So the Gulf of America, okay? They've started a process to rename the Gulf of Mexico. It is now the Gulf of America, okay? He established the Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE. Everybody knows that. He has delayed the enforcement of the federal ban on TikTok. Also declared emergency at the border. He has left the World Health Organization. He froze federal hiring. Trump froze federal hiring. So the federal government is not hiring anybody as of now. In one night, okay, this isn't like, 2 years. This is one night, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad I voted for this dog, yo. What? All right, Chicago. Who is in Chicago in the chat? Chicago in the chat.
Chicago resident Kata Truss, who sued the city over its handling of the migrant crisis. Thank you so much for joining us. First up, what was your reaction to the president's words there?
I felt good. I felt positive. I felt that change is on the horizon. One of the things that I just want to say to Americans is pray for President Trump, pray for this administration, pray for this country. I think that if we're all on the same accord, you've heard people talk a lot about in the last couple of days about peace, about love, about protections, about the good of the country. And I want us to keep those things at the forefront of the focus as we begin to see a lot of the things that President Trump wants to do here in America, those mandates pushed. And in terms of the migrant crisis here in Chicago, we're excited. We're excited to see that something is about to happen, that there's about to be a change. We cannot continue to hemorrhage money in this city the way that we have been. I do have some concerns, though, about the fact that I do know that city officials here are holding classes to teach migrants how to avoid ICE or how to evade ICE, basically teaching illegals how to be more illegal, if you will. That's troubling for me. But I have complete faith and confidence in Tom Homan and in our current president. So I'm excited for what's to come.
All right. So you mentioned Tom Homan. He brought up Chicago earlier when he was on this program. COP4 Five Guys. This was Homan talking about how he's working up a target list. Listen.
We've been working up the target list. There was some discussion about Chicago because the Pacific operational plan was released. So we had to look at and reevaluate, does this raise officer safety concerns? And it does. But we've addressed that, and teams are all effective today.
Okay, so how confident are you that they're going to right the ship there in Chicago that's been dealing with this crisis?
I'm very confident. I am confident in this administration. I am confident in Tom Homan getting things done. And I am confident that the Chicagoans are going to step up. We're ready to assist in any way we can. There are those of us who are willing to work with this administration to make sure that people who are here illegally are sent back home. We want to also make sure that those criminals who came here to set up their criminal operations, again, are sent home. And so whatever we have to do as Chicagoans to assist with that, we're ready and willing to help.
Okay.
So how is a city allowed to teach illegal immigrants how to evade the law? That's just wild.
Here is more from President Trump vowing to take back our cities. Okay, CF1, guys.
I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities.
All right, so he is making some big promises here. I want to ask you about what people are saying on the ground there in Chicago. We know this is a Dem-led city. We know there are a lot of, Democrat voters in that town. Are you hearing people come around on these policies, seeing the problems that that city has had?
Well, here's the thing that people, I think, fail to understand about Chicagoans is that most of us are not okay with what is happening. Most of us are not okay with the migrant crisis. And in spite of what you may hear our mayor and Governor Pritzker say about how Chicagoans feel and where we stand, we are not happy about what is happening here. So we're excited that President Trump is in office. We are excited that Tom Homan and his team is coming here to help us out of this mess that our mayor and governor seem to be content on keeping us in.
Yeah, but on that point, the governor of your state says that Trump's scaring people. So is that true?
No, not at all. Not at all. And let me tell you something. I think that what has to happen, and not that I want to help the Democrats at all, but keep in mind, people either voted overwhelmingly for Trump or they stayed home. And the fact that people did that, those four people who stayed home and didn't show up to vote, it was still an attack on that party, on that Democratic Party. You had triple the number of people who did not show up to vote this election. So that should say to you, people are not happy with this. So in spite of what you may hear our governor say, the people are quite okay with what's happening.
Understood. Always appreciate when you can join us. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
All right.
Look. The people have spoken, the people have voted, the people have outrightly said what they want. They voted for what they wanted. So it's like, why are you not listening to the people that vote you in? This is something I don't understand about the Democrat. They vote you in power, and then you don't listen. How is that even possible? What are you even doing? This is why they keep losing, yo. This is why they keep on losing. And this is why they're going to lose in 2028, in my opinion. Okay. in 2032, as a matter of fact. Yeah, she's fired. She's fired, yo.
I want to go now to some breaking news. A Department of Homeland Security official confirming that the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard has been removed from her position over leadership deficiencies. That was a quote. And operational failures. I have extensively reported on the Coast Guard's cover-up of sexual assault cases. We don't know if that played a role at all in this. CNN's Natasha Bertrand joins us now for more. I mean, this is a pretty significant move, Natasha.
It is, Pamela, if not just because it really shows that this could be a sign of things to come in terms of how President Trump and his administration deal with military leaders that they feel are perhaps focusing too much on diversity and inclusion initiatives, which is one of the stated reasons, according to this DHS official, why Admiral Fagan was relieved of her duties as Commandant of the Coast Guard. Now, we did ask the Department of Homeland Security for reasons why she was relieved, and they did send us a list that included things like failure to address border security threats, prioritization of those DEI initiatives, which Secretary of Defense, future Secretary of Defense, if he is confirmed, Pete Hegseth has said is going to be one of his priorities in removing from the department once he does get installed here, as well as Operation Fouled Anchor, which is that investigation into sexual assault and sexual abuses committed at the Coast Guard Academy that was covered up by the Coast Guard beginning in around 2018. Now, Admiral Fagan, she was not directly involved in that. However, she did signal to members of Congress last year when she was grilled on the sexual assault investigation that was not disclosed to Congress that she was aware of certain aspects of it. And according to the Department of Homeland Security, that is one reason why they felt like she needed to be terminated as part of her in her position there. But still, you know, I think the broader picture here is that this is the first kind of, termination of a senior military leader that we have seen that has been explicitly kind of linked to the promotion of those diversity, equity, and inclusion programs within the military. And in fact, this is not the first time that the Coast Guard has been targeted by Trump's allies. Back in August, former GOP Representative Matt Gaetz sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security raising concerns about Fagan's alleged focus on these initiatives over, for example, other more important things like, he said, recruiting and focusing on interdicting drugs at the borders.
Senator, thank you so much for coming on. First, your reaction to some of these actions. Go ahead.
No, I think it's appalling that the head of Homeland Security is firing the very Admiral Commandant of the Coast Guard who took this issue of fouled anchor that you guys broke as a story. Why? Because it was being covered up. Literally, issues of sexual assault and sexual harassment at the Coast Guard Academy and at sea, and people covered it up. The only reason we know about it is because CNN broke the news. Now we get a new commandant, the first woman commandant in the history of an armed forces of our nation to serve. She stood up and said, this is a problem and we have to deal with it. And so literally tried to move forward with the right kind of response in the Coast Guard to this issue of sexual harassment and sexual assault. And today she's being fired for, instead of covering it up, deciding that this needed to be exposed and the Coast Guard needed to deal with this issue. So I think it's the wrong decision. It's the wrong decision by Homeland Security. She did a good job. In fact, the last commandant was the one who did cover it up. I think he admitted to you that he covered it up. So what are we doing here today? Firing somebody who was on the job, helping a Coast Guard that has to have a basic diverse workforce. And one of the things they need in a diverse workforce is to protect those interests of women.
And
that's the thing, to protect the interest of women. That's not what we're talking about. I'm not saying don't protect the interest of women, but I'm saying, like, is that the main priority? That's not the main priority, though. Okay. That is not the main priority. So what do you mean protect the interest of women? This is in women's right activist company. Okay. If you're looking for a women's right activist company, then go to a women's right activist company. This ain't that. This is the U.S. Coast Guard. Okay, relax with all that. I just feel great. I feel wonderful that this man is back. He promised and is delivering already. Oh, shoot. Already delivering, ladies and gentlemen.
President Trump getting straight to work, signing off on roughly 200 executive actions.
It's very simple. We're going to make our country great. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make America great again. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go.
Some of those orders include withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement and the World Health Organization declaring a national emergency for energy, restoring the federal death penalty, and protecting public safety. He also declared a border emergency, ordered the wall to be built, ended catch and release, reinstated remain in Mexico, and classified drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Trump also immediately shut down the CBP-1 app, which fast-tracks migrant parole applications. That's gone. I want to bring in Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles. He's a member of the House Financial Services and Homeland Security Committees. He's also a member of the House Freedom Caucus. Congressman, good morning. Your reaction in particular to the wide swath of action we saw on the border.
Well, you know, I had dinner with the president just a few days ago, and he was talking about 100 and 120 executive orders. And man, did he promise and deliver, I mean, hitting 200. But that being said, we all know that this country's been invaded over the last 4 years under the failed policies.
Okay, I think President Trump is speaking right now, so we're going to check that out.
Energy generation, and that will be incredible. But it's technology and artificial intelligence, all made in the they have to produce a lot of giants. Feel confident in their into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and they're very happy with the fact that I won the race and that they feel confident in their investments, and it's big money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome 3 of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa Yoshi-san, and CEO of OpenAI, and I would say the by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So that's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States, and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking is a resounding declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president. Let me be a new president. I didn't say it, they did. So I appreciate that, fellas. But it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff built. So they have to produce a lot of electricity, and we'll make it possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want, where they'll build at the plant, the AI plant, they'll build energy generation, and that will be incredible. But it's technology and artificial intelligence, all made in the USA. Beginning immediately, Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI, and this will include the construction of colossal data centers, very, very massive structures. I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. They're going to employ a lot of people. And physical campuses and locations currently being scouted nationwide. They're making their choices of locations. I think they have their choice. I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing. And if you have any questions, and then we'll go into a couple of other subjects also. But this is, to me, a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So, Larry, maybe we'll start with you, and we'll go down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly couldn't do this without you. It would simply be impossible. AI holds incredible promise for all of us, for every American. We've actually been working with OpenAI for a while and with Masa for a while. The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas. Each building's 500,000 square feet. There are 10 buildings currently being built, but that will expand to 20 and other locations beyond the Abilene location, which is our first location. The kind of applications that we're building, to give you an idea, maybe the most charismatic and the one that I think touches us all is electronic health records. Not just maintaining electronic health records, but by looking at electronic health records, understanding the condition of doctors, better understanding the condition of their patients, and being able to provide healthcare plans that are much better than they otherwise would be. A doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at Stanford would treat the patient. We actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors who are treating cancer patients or patients with any other kind of disease, made possible by AI. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to pass it to Masa, but this is a very exciting program for Oracle to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. That really helped. That's good. That's great. I feel tall now. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, last month I came to celebrate your winning and promised that we will invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Yeah. Now I came back with 500. Because this is the, as you said yesterday, this is the beginning of golden age of America. This is one great example, I think, right? We wouldn't have decided to do this.
I think so.
This is the beginning of golden age. We wouldn't have decided unless you won. And yesterday we agreed, we signed to make this happen. Because of this day. So we would make this happen. We would immediately start deploying $100 billion with a goal of making $500 billion within next 4 years, within your term, right? Because of your success. So we are very, very excited to do this. And our partner is, of course, SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and additionally investing partner with MGX. On top of that, we have the technology partner NVIDIA, and of course, Microsoft has been very, very supportive to Sam and continue to support all our success. This is not just for business. As Larry said, this will help people's life. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that otherwise we could not have solved with the power of AI. I think AGI is coming very, very soon. And then after that, that's not the goal. After that, artificial super intelligence will come to solve the issues that mankind would never ever have thought that we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden age. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Sam.
I don't have too much to add, but I do
Okay,
want to say
Sam
I'm thrilled
Osman.
we get to do this in the United States of America. I think this will be the most important project of this era. And as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here, we wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President. And I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the United States is, I think, wonderful. So thank you very much.
Elon said this guy was like one of the bad actors.
So many positive things about what it's going to do for medical research and for solving things, cancer and all the different problems. How will AI help us with the fight against the various problems, diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease, and what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid rate, I think will be among the most important things this technology does.
Great. Very good. Thank you.
Can I speak and answer that question, Mr. President? So we're currently working on. Should I step on this? Okay. All right. No. I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall. I'm not tall.
You look even better.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most exciting things we're working on, using the tools that Sam and Masa are providing, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting. It turns out, I'll be quick, all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again using AI, in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
Great. Thanks. Yeah, just 1 second. We'll finish up. But these are highly respected guys. I was shocked with Larry because I don't even think Larry does this stuff. You did a very good job for a guy that doesn't do it much, right? But he's so respected, and the group, and it's really an honor. But for Larry to be here and do this is very unusual because he doesn't do this stuff. He doesn't need it. He does, and you don't need it, do you? Huh? You don't need it. But I think it's an honor to the country. It's a great honor that this group, these are the top people
that they're going to do it, and they're going to do it here, and we're going to make it as easy as it can be. A $500 million Stargate project comes in addition to a separate pledge between 100 and 200 billion dollars from, as we know, from Massa that we talked about before. Also 20 billion from DMAC, which was great. And we have many others that are coming. Some I just say, just announce it. It's easier. But with some, I know them and they're so highly respected, I'd rather do it this way. Many would like to do it this way, but we're letting the world know what's happening. This is money that normally would have gone to China or other countries, but in particular China. In total, before the end of my first full business day in Washington in the White House, we've already secured nearly $3 trillion of new investments in the United States, and probably that's going to be 6 or 7 by the end of the week. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in for many things other than even AI. AI seems to be very hot. It seems to be the thing that a lot of smart people are looking at very strongly. And our country will be prospering like never before. I think that's true, and it's going to be the golden age of America. As I say, yesterday we had the most ambitious, action-oriented day of any administration in history. No, there's never been a first day like yesterday, as you know. I signed a sweeping slate of executive orders to stop the invasion of our borders. I launched a government-wide effort to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life and bring down the cost of energy, magnificently bring it down. And when energy comes down, Larry, I'd say generally speaking, when energy comes down, everything else comes down. The prices of food and the prices of everything else come down. Energy is that's the big baby. And we declared a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill, our term that we use. We're going to drill, baby, drill like never before. We ended destructive DEI mandates across the federal government and returned our country to a merit-based system and a common sense system. As you know, the Supreme Court gave us a decision on merit, where things in this country can be based on merit now instead of a lot of different rules, regulations, and things that really put our country at a big disadvantage. We permanently stopped government censorship and restored free speech. That was signed yesterday. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Sounds so beautiful, the Gulf of America, and returned the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley. They took off the name, and he was actually a great president. He was a very, very successful businessman. He ran for governor of Ohio. He won and did a great job as governor, ran for president, and he won. He was assassinated, ultimately, in his second term, unfortunately. But he was the tariff king, and I don't think he was as bad as I am. I think I believe in him even more than him, but he believed in him very strongly. And he raised massive amounts of money. Our country was at its richest from 1870 to 1913. We had the most. That was when we were the richest, relatively speaking. We were the richest during that period of time. That was tariffs from other countries. And our administration's moving with unprecedented urgency and speed to confront every single crisis facing us, and we'll get the job done. And again, I want to thank Sam and Massa and Larry for being here. It's an honor to have them. And we'll take a few questions if you want.
Some of the executive orders, you would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer,
Sure.
right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's gone on in Philadelphia, take a look at what's gone on in LA, where people murder people and they don't get charged. These people have already served years in prison, and they've served them viciously. It's a disgusting prison. It's been horrible. It's inhumane. It's been a terrible, terrible thing. I also say this. You go to Portland, where they did where they wrapped police officers, shot police officers. Nothing happened to anybody. You go to Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city and people died. Portland, a lot of people died. Wait a minute. And you go also take a look at Minneapolis, because I was there and I watched it. And if I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city wouldn't even exist today. People were killed and nobody went to jail. So these people have already served a long period of time. And I made a decision to give a pardon. Joe Biden gave a pardon yesterday to a lot of criminals. These are criminals that he gave a pardon to. And you should be asking that question. Why did he give a pardon to all of these people that committed crimes? Why did he give a pardon to the J6 Unselect Committee when they burned and destroyed all documents which showed that they did what was wrong, not me? Wait a minute. Why did they give a pardon to all of his relatives, his brother who made millions of dollars, to all these different people? He gave pardons. That's the question you should be answering. All right, go ahead. Yeah, please.
If I can just follow up about your meeting. Can I just follow up with that really fast?
No.
We're back.
I just want to ask
Go
you
ahead.
this. You said
Tell us about your meeting with Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune. Did you reach any conclusion on this one big?
Pretty much. I think we have a good situation now. It's been in some ways made simpler by Los Angeles because they're going to need a lot of money. And generally speaking, I think you'll find that a lot of Democrats are going to be asking for help. So I think maybe that makes it more one-sided. I think we're going to do very well. Look, we're going to take care of Los Angeles. I'm going there. I'm going to North Carolina, which has been abandoned by the Democrats. And I'm going to North Carolina, very importantly, first. I'll be there on Friday. And then I'm going from there to Los Angeles. And then I'm going to Nevada. And I'm really going to Nevada to thank them for the vote, because we won Nevada overwhelmingly. And that's usually a Democrat vote. And I just want to go there to thank the people of Nevada for the big vote. So we'll be making that. Yeah, please.
The leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers were free following their pardons yesterday. At the time back in 2021, you urged them to stand back and stand by. Is there now a place for them in the political conversation?
Well, we have to see they've been given a pardon. I thought their sentences were ridiculous and excessive. One of the guys took down a flag that was an anti-American flag, and he was given years in jail. I don't know the exact number, but he was given many years in jail. I thought it was very excessive. And at least the cases that we looked at, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate, yeah.
Mr. President, is it also true in your conversations with Republicans today that you asked them to consider recess appointments for cabinet officials?
I think, yeah, if it's needed. I don't think it's going to be needed. Marco, as you know, got passed overwhelmingly with 99-0, which is pretty amazing. Marco's going to do a great job, Secretary of State, but he just got, I guess he was the first one and just got approved. That's some vote, 99-0, and the nothing was a vote that he would have gotten if we wanted to do it. But you know whose vote that was? Who's doing a great job right now as vice president.
Did you also talk about some sort of a trade or a deal involving wildfire relief in extension for a debt?
Well, what I really want to have done, I was talking about this with the guys back in the Oval Office. Los Angeles has massive amounts of water available to it. All they have to do is turn the valve, and that's the valve coming back from and down from the Pacific Northwest, where millions of gallons of water a week and a day, even in many cases, pours into California, goes all through California down to Los Angeles, and they turned it off. It's off now. The valve goes, it turns toward the Pacific Ocean, and all that water goes pouring into the Pacific Ocean. If they did what I told them to do, they wouldn't do it because politically they didn't think it was good. I think it's great politically. I think they're dead politically. What they've done, they've destroyed the city. What they've done to that city is unbelievable. The sprinklers, their sprinklers in there like these right here that you see, none of them had any water in them. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, 40% of them had no water. The brush was just dry. Everything was dry. The sprinklers on the lawn weren't allowed to even be used. So, you know, everything was dry, and it was an inferno. They created an inferno. So we're demanding that they turn the valve back toward Los Angeles right now. It's not even believable that they haven't done it. Just so you know, they have a valve and it turns like, think of a sink, but multiply it times many thousands of times the size of it. It's massive. And you turn it back toward Los Angeles. Why aren't they doing it? They either have a death wish, they're stupid, or there's something else going on that we don't understand. But we want the water that they're throwing away to be used for California. And that includes the farmers of California. You know, when you drive up north, you see all of the land. I couldn't believe it. I was with Devin Nunes when he was a congressman and some other congressmen from the area, and we're driving up and we're on the highway, and I keep looking at these farms, and the land is bone dry, and then you'd see an acre, about an acre or 2 acres, with the most beautiful green plants growing in it, the most beautiful you've ever. It's rich stuff, and you look at the soil, and it's so rich. That soil is almost the equivalent to like Iowa soil. It's phenomenal. It's got no water. But the reason it has no water, I said, do you have a drought? No. I said, what do you mean you don't have a drought? Look at the thing. It's dry as a bone. The reason you have like an acre is because they say you can farm 1 acre, but no more, because they didn't want to waste water. But they throw the water into the Pacific Ocean. These people are crazy. So we're going to be issuing an executive order demanding that they immediately let that water come down through California. Farmers, even people living in Beverly Hills. Now, those people have been a lot of them are wiped out. Believe it or not, you know, they were having restrictions, Larry, you know about this. They wanted to restrict you to 38 gallons of water a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. When you're a rich person and you like to take a shower, 38 gallons doesn't last very long. And they have all this water, and it's really good water. Up high, Pacific Northwest, some comes in from Canada, a nice country, by the way, comes in from Canada, and it comes all the way through California, and they're restricting it. You even have the half pipes, you know, the half pipes, the cut pipes, big ones, bigger than this room, and they're going all the way down, and they're bone dry, and they could be loaded up with water. No, but isn't it incredible that they don't do it? And it's to protect the Delta smelt. It's a fish that's doing poorly anyway. But I said, how are you protecting the Delta smelt by not giving it water? It's a fish. It needs water. Nobody can answer that question. Well, let me do this first.
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
Say it?
Are you open to Elon buying TikTok?
I would be if he wanted to buy it, yeah.
On your inauguration.
I'd like Larry to buy it too. I have the right to make a deal. So the deal I'm thinking about, Larry, let's negotiate in front of the media. The deal, I think, is this, and I've met with owners of TikTok, the big owners. It's worthless if it doesn't get a permit. It's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America, half, and we'll give you the permit. And they'll have a great partner, the United States. And they'll have something that's actually more valuable because they have the ultimate partner, and the United States will make it very worthwhile for them in terms of the permits and everything else. But so think of it, you have an asset that has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the permit. So what I'm saying is let the United States give the permit, and the United States should get half. Sounds reasonable. What do you think?
Sounds like a good deal to me, Mr. President.
Yeah, he can afford it too.
Mr. President, you're a president who has long said that you back the blue, but aren't you sending the message that assaulting officers is okay with these pardons?
No, the opposite. In fact, I'm going to be letting 2 officers from Washington Police, D.C. I believe they're from D.C., but I just approved it. They were arrested, put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal, and I guess something happened where something went wrong. And they arrested the 2 officers and put them in jail for going after a criminal, a rough criminal, by the way. And I'm actually releasing. No, I'm the friend of
I am the friend of police, more than any president that's ever been in this office.
More than 400 of the people that you pardoned, though, assaulted officers. So I want to ask you about the Vice President, J.D. Vance. He said, this is a week ago, he said, if you committed violence on January 6th, obviously you should not be pardoned. Why is your Vice President wrong?
Well, only for one reason. They've served years in jail. They should not have served, excuse me, and they've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country. And we had 1,500, we have 16 under review. As you know, we commuted about 16 of them because it looks like they could have done things that were not acceptable for a full pardon. But these people have served years of jail, and their lives have been ruined. And in many cases, listen to me for a second, stop interrupting. They served years in jail. And if you look at the American public is tired of it. Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers on the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that have been killed and what happens to those murderers. Murderers get no time. You take a look at some of these DAs. They go after political opponents, but they don't go after people that shoot people in the street. They're caught. They know where they're living. They know everything. They don't even go up to pick them up anymore. They just let them live there. They know all about it. They have their pictures. They have the tape of the shooting, and they don't even go up and you're talking about this. No, we pardoned people that were treated unbelievably poorly. In the history of our country, there's never been anything take place like this. They're still looking for them, but they're not looking for the murderers, the people that are killing everybody. We are, though, and we're getting them out of the country. We just started that. We're getting them out of the country, and they're going to be gotten out of the country fast. They came in illegally from jails and from prisons. They killed many people. Some of them killed many people. About 50% of them killed more than one person. They were released into our country. That's what we're focused on, not the kind of nonsense you're talking about.
You've called for a ceasefire in Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin doesn't come to the table to negotiate with you, will you put additional sanctions on Russia?
Sounds likely.
And do you think that the war should be frozen currently along
The war
current
should have
battle
never
lines?
started. If you had a competent president, which you didn't, the war wouldn't have happened. The war in Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. But that couldn't happen because the election was rigged. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been some debate within your orbit over whether or not to keep or eliminate H-1B visas. What's your position on that? Do you want to keep H-1Bs or do you want to get rid of them?
I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in. Now, by doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people come into our country, and we do that through the H-1 program.
Mr. President, are you looking to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico in an effort to force negotiations sooner on USMCA?
No, it's really not on USMCA. It has nothing to do with that. They've allowed, both of them, Canada very much so, they've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't. And they've killed 300,000 people last year, my opinion, have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive. And people are getting killed, and families are being destroyed. I mean, the son gets killed, and the family is a basket case for the rest of their lives. I mean, I've seen mothers that thought they'd heal they never heal. They say it gets worse with time. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy, they lose their baby, they lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with President Xi the other day, too, of China. I said, we don't want that crap in our country. We got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was all set. He was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers. If they send to the United States, they were going to get the death penalty. And of course, Biden didn't pick that up. I had that deal all done. It was all wrapped up. We were going to have it done. And then the election went, let's put it nicely, didn't go the proper way. I'm trying to be nice about it. It was rigged. And we had an incompetent president elected, and he never followed up on that deal. But he should have followed up, because if they got the death penalty, they wouldn't be sending fentanyl to Mexico, Canada, and other places.
Mr. President, how much will the
We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
How soon on those tariffs?
Probably February 1st is the date we're looking at. For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately 25%.
Update on the Gaza ceasefire, and are you planning to travel to the Middle East soon?
We're thinking about going to the Middle East, not yet. We have a thing called the hostages are coming back going on right now, and they are coming back. Some of them have been very damaged. You look at the young lady with her hand practically